Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Fortnite Battle Royale live stream. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day today. Welcome to all the good people of the nation across the land. Welcome everybody. Appreciate you guys all coming out. Let me go ahead and expand the YouTube chat here. We are all set and ready to go. Pedro Gaming, you are the very first one of the stream. Italian Turtle, Lumby, Billiard, Noah Savage, holy crap, CJ Jason. We got Haptic in here as well, Dimitrik, Pedro. What happened to my, oh god, my OBS just froze there for a second. The hell was that? All right, I think we're good now though. I think everything's set. But yo, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. Really do appreciate you guys all coming out. You guys are absolutely legendary. Absolutely legendary. All right, let me go ahead and make sure the bot is on. Bot is connected. We don't need this bot open. We can exit out of that. I am live only on YouTube right now, guys. So you guys know, but for the most part, I do like to live stream a lot of the time on YouTube and Twitch. Right now, I'm live only on YouTube. Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome. Oh, okay. Somebody told me I was still connected to the Discord, but I guess I'm not. What's up, Patrick? How you doing today, bud? What's up, Greatness, Dark, Isaiah, Christian, King of the Bears, Aaron? Welcome to the stream. We got Cool, Tony, Luis, Soccer Boy, Damien, Trickshot, Katie, Stephanie, Golden, Noel. Welcome to the stream, guys. Appreciate you guys all coming out. If you guys haven't dropped a like in the stream yet, make sure you go ahead and do that right now. Really does help out the stream a lot. Damn, you guys are already killing it. Holy crap, the hashtag notification squad is strong. We're officially live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. 450 people in here already. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is the hashtag notification squad at its finest, man. I'm ready to get some wins tonight. I haven't played Fortnite at all today, so I'm literally just hopping on right now. Let's get it. You are BCO Landon. You're a beast, man. Bro, I hate that game. Steven, how can you possibly hate Fortnite, bro? This game is legendary. This game is legendary. Let me know how the music is, by the way, guys, because the music audio shouldn't be too loud. Let me know if the music is too loud or too quiet. I can go ahead and turn that down for you guys. But you guys know I do have music playing in the background. It's just some chooky beats, sort of light background music. You guys have really been asking for a lot of background music recently, and I don't like to listen to music when I stream, just because I like to concentrate entirely on the game. So I have music playing just so you guys have something to listen to when I'm in between games or something like that. Subscribe to the channel if you guys are new. Let's get it. Hello, Pro Snake. Yo, King of the Bears. I saw you, man. Don't even worry about it, bro. You were in here before I even started. I see you. Hold on. I've got to load something up here. Try to aim for the long barn there. Alright, let's get it. Go to Tomato Town? Nah. We're going to sit right here. Turn the music up 2 notches? Alright. I turned the music up a little bit. Like I said, I'm really not trying to make it too loud. But I'll keep it right there for you guys. I think that's pretty good. Let's get it. What's up, Valerie? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Audio is weird. Oh, somebody was just saying they're static. Which, if they're static, that's not good. I thought, honestly, you know what's so funny, though? I honestly thought, since the reason I'm streaming on just Twitch, or excuse me, on just YouTube and not Twitch, is because I thought the issue that was causing my microphone to make the popping noise, those annoying popping noises, was because I was live streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. Where'd this guy just go? Got him. Got him. What's up, Baby Dragon? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Soup? And it's so interesting, too, guys, because, you know, so many of you guys have complained about this annoying audio issue, right? But I don't hear any of the issue. It's either the sock or the plug. Well, I've changed the plug already. And you guys are claiming it's caused by the sock. Let me go and try this. Okay, so I just took the sock entirely off. All right, so I'm fairly confident it's not the sock at all. I'm willing to say that the sock isn't causing any of the problems, but I guess I could be wrong. Let me know how the audio is now. It's fixed? No way. It's out. I can't hear it. It's so much worse. Never mind. It's probably the mic. That's so weird though that it got worse. All right, hold on. I'll fix that in a second here, guys. Hold on. Oh, there was somebody else here. It's not better? Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and put the... We're gonna slide the sock back on then. Oh god, my bad. Really sorry if that's loud and annoying, guys. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna mute. I'm just gonna mute. Okay. What's up, Brian Flores? What's up, Diddy? Welcome to the stream. All right, I'm gonna head back here now. It's still there? Yeah, that's so weird, man. I don't know if it's caused by the cable or if, like, I really don't know what it is because I don't think it's my internet connection. So it must be something caused by the connection going into the computer, I guess, which really sucks. I don't know how I would fix that. That's the only problem. Hey, yo, what's up, Aquatic Storm? It sounds so much better. Okay. So putting the mic over it, putting the sock over it sounds better. That's interesting, actually. I wonder what would happen then if I put another sock over it. Mic is nowhere near crackling. Somebody said they can still hear it even if it's muted. Well, you're just a troll, man. You gotta be a troll. I should say, for the sake of my sanity, you better be a troll, man. It's quite good right now? Alright, we're just gonna leave it at that then. What's so frustrating too is that you guys all mentioned hearing this popping noise, but when I go back and I watch recordings of the live stream, because I record all my streams, and like of course I can go back and watch the VOD and everything, there's no issues whatsoever. Such an awkward fight, man. Did not expect a guy to be right there. That was terrible. Horribly played. Horribly played. Play some squads? I might play some squads later. Yeah. I just realized my ping is 112 right now. Jesus, I wonder if that's because I'm streaming or what. I don't think it is, actually, because I was... Oh, no, I don't want to drink that. I was experiencing... I had that high ping earlier, too. We could have just run back and used bandages and then use the slurp, to be 100% honest with you. I think what I'm going to do, though... It's just going to take that. Is that even a different color? No, it's just blue still. It's so hard to tell the difference between the colors now, man. I don't know if anybody else experiences that with me, but... You're finally live? Hell yeah, Og the Gamer. Hell yeah, man. We out here grinding. You probably dropped the mic when you're moving and effed it up. I don't think so. Because keep in mind, we weren't having this issue right when I moved, right? That's what's so weird. Squads with Tyler and Bear? Oh god, now you're pushing it. You're pushing it, Billiard. Hold on, donations are coming in. So, yeah, hold on. Bill Foster just donated something interesting. Hold on, I'm gonna test something out. What's the auto run key again in this game? Alright. Just gotta go with an alt tab here. Hopefully I don't get shot and killed. There we go.
With headphones, there is static. My TV none.
So, hold on. I'll acknowledge that in a second. That's interesting. That's really, really interesting. Yo, what's up, Dynamic Matt? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. Hey, what's up, Craft Mystic? I hate how they changed the colors because the color deficiency. Because you have color deficiency, so you can't tell the difference at all. Yeah, I'm personally slightly colorblind, so like, I prefer things with really, like, you know, colors with really high contrast, right? And so the way they've changed the blues and the purples now, it's kind of a little bit harder to tell. But when he muted, the static did not go away, so it must be something within the system. Really? So you guys are telling me if I'm going to mute my mic right now, and you guys tell me if you still hear the static, right? Okay, so like all of you guys are saying you don't hear the static anymore when I mute my mic. And it's apparently it's only when I'm talking, but the weirdest part for me is that The weirdest part for me is that it doesn't play any static afterwards.
Just bought 4 tubs of fuel with your code, thanks.
Just use your headset for right now? No, I'm not gonna use my headset, Mike. Are you kidding me? This dude's so annoying. Come on, man. Can you please not, bro? This dude's so annoying, man. Dude's so annoying. Oh my god, that gunfight should not have lasted as long as it was. You're breathing on the mic? Try moving it a little bit farther away. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. But goddamn, that took way too long. What the hell, bro?
The static is a YouTube thing. It happens to everyone, not all the time. But it definitely isn't something you can control. Also, can you show our settings when you get the chance, lol?
Yes, man, absolutely. I'm so sorry I can't acknowledge all these donations right now. Henis, what the hell are you doing, brother? I don't know where this guy was, but we gotta move. There's an echo now? What? Somebody said unplug it and plug it back in. Okay, there he is. I gotta catch up on all these donations, man. I'm so sorry. I'm not building.
Whatever you pick for a late night snack, it's on me. Enjoy.
Yo, Jesus Christ, you guys are too generous with your donos right now. Give me a quick second.
Zombies tonight, please.
God damn it, dude. This dude's so flippin' annoying, man. I'm gonna end up running out of material. Oh, god damn it, bro. Come on. Just peek me. Stop being annoying. I mean, you're gonna have to move with the storm. I'm gonna have to move with the storm. We're both screwed, brother.
shout out, please?
Jesus Christ, bro. What the hell? Alright, that was horribly done. Horribly done. But we got it. GG's to that guy. GG's. What's up, MC? How you doing today, man? You know what my problem is, guys? I don't commit. I don't commit to gunfights. That's what I do. I play too passive. I play way too passive. And then I'm left in really awkward gunfights like that. I was thinking about healing up, but I gotta go to the next save zone. And I gotta get smoother with building. All my building buttons and stuff. Ooh. Yo, if you guys are new to the stream, make sure you guys drop a like. Subscribe if you have not done so already. We almost got 700 people in here. Thank you guys so much for the love. But yeah, I'm gonna catch up on all these donations right after this game, guys. I'm sorry, I just want to concentrate on my first game of the night. Just because we're so close to it. We're in top 6 right now. This guy. Guess I'm gonna try to go for him. I don't think he's even in the safe zone, actually. Thought I saw him. All right, I'm gonna try to catch up on these now. Dynamic Matt, or Bill Foster came with a $2 donation. He says, with headphones, they're static, but on your TV, none. That's interesting. I think it's because when you're wearing headphones, they're closer to your ear. And so they're, like, the audio is just crisper. It's cleaner. And so since it's going directly into your ear, you hear more detail. Headphones are usually a lot higher quality, too, than just TV speakers. So that's probably why you're hearing that as opposed to not your TV. But thank you very much for the 2. Dynamic Matt that comes in with $1.11 says, sup, brother. Comes in with another $1.11. It says, you just bought 4 tubs of GFuel with your code. Thanks. Yeah, they did release a brand new flavor of GFuel today, guys, if you did not know. A brand new flavor, which is pretty exciting. Are you kidding me? Really? Just took damage from that? Pretty exciting, if you ask me. So yeah, I'm actually really hyped for that. But yeah, so if you guys do want to try out the new flavor of GFuel, you're looking to check it out, see how you might like it. Use code Henis for 10% off your entire order. Does help benefit me and the channel. Trying to get to a good position to fight this guy. I'm worried he has a jump pad. That's my biggest worry. Because if he has a jump pad, then I'm in a world of hurt right now. I also have no idea where this third guy is. Is that him I just saw right over there? I don't know. You gotta be kidding me, bro. Come on, man. Get that guy. What? Of course, he's just launching that stuff at me now, man. Here's this guy. Oh, man. Yikes. Of course, you freaking idiot. How can I possibly fight this, bro? He's still up there building, bro. Jump pad. He used a jump pad, 100%. Let's freaking go, dude. Ah, man. First game on. 10 kills. I'll take that. Jesus. Ooh, man. Hearts pitter-pattering. Yo, GG's in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Drop a like for that if you guys are new. Subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. Man, yikes. That was rough. That was rough. That was rough. That was rough. Got him out here sweating. Woo. Almost level 95, guys. Yeesh. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. First win hype. First game, first win, man. Pro try hard, bro. That was way too try hard. That was way too try hard for myself. All right, I got to go ahead and catch up on all these donations. I'm so sorry that I missed all of these. I'm going to get through every single one. I'm going to show some love to the chat here in just a second. Dynamic Matt, I counted up on yours. So MFI comes in with $1.11, says the static is a YouTube thing. It happens to everyone, not all the time, but it definitely isn't something you can control. Also, can you show your settings when you get the chance? Lol, absolutely, MFI. I'll show my settings up on screen here right now, man. So these are my video settings. You can kind of pause this, just screenshot, take quick screenshots of this. I'm going to kind of scroll through quickly what I got. Here's my game settings. Just quickly scroll through that. Here's my HUD. That's pretty self-explanatory. Brightness, that's where that's at. Audio, that's where that's at. Input, I think this is probably what you're really talking about. My controls, scroll through this. Aiden Norris comes in with a 10, says, whatever you pick for a late night snack, it's on me. Enjoy. Thank you so much for the 10, man. That's very generous of you, brother. Get some Aiden hype in the chat. Then Dynamic Matt comes in with another $1.11 and says, zombies tonight, please. Unfortunately, no zombies tonight, man, but I appreciate your $1.11. ProHenis' little brother with a 2 says, can you do a challenge tonight? Shout out. I will hopefully be able to get a challenge done tonight, man. Yes, absolutely. That's my plan to get a challenge done tonight. Dynamic Matt that comes in with another 2 and says, nice win, thank you. And then the best gamer alive comes in with the GGs. The good game drops a $10 super chat. Thank you, man, for your support. You guys are all incredibly, you're too nice to me. Too nice to me. So in my mind, what I've got to do differently, I have to get a lot of building material. When I have more building material, I feel more confident. And when I don't have enough building material, I don't feel confident. So I think I've got to spend a lot of time getting a lot of material towards the beginning. And I think my best games are going to come when I have enough material to go through everything I want to go through. Winter, what's up? Welcome to the stream. What's up? Oh, and the boy. What's the GFuel flavor? Right now I'm drinking Blue Ice. Blue Ice. Do the no shield challenge. I've got a more unique challenge that I want to try to complete today. I don't know how easy/hard it's going to be. So we're just gonna have to kind of experiment with it. But and by experiment I mean give it our very first try. We'll see how it goes though. I'm really look. How many of you guys are excited about the new update that's coming out tomorrow though? I feel like it's gonna be so sick. It's gonna be so dope. I'm really excited for that new crossbow. I think it's gonna be honestly one of the coolest. I think it's going to be one of the most unique. I'm not going to say coolest. I'm going to say the most unique weapons we're going to get in Fortnite to date. Like, think about it. We've never had anything really ever along these lines. It's going to be rather interesting. He probably would have gone for the silos, though, if he was. No user. People are going to double crossbow like the pump if it has a slow fire rate. Yeah, probably. And it's probably going to take a while. You're right, to like, sort of call it back and reload it. But more than likely, it's going to be a one-shot. That's going to be the big advantage to it. It's probably going to be hard to hit, and it might travel slower than bullets, but it's going to be a one-shot, would be my guess. Or maybe they'll make it, maybe for the sake of simplicity, to make it a little bit easier on all of us, they'll make the speed of the arrow the same as the sniper. Or as, like, you know, all other bullets in the game. I don't know. It'll be really interesting to see. I'm looking forward to it just because it's new content. You know, as a content creator, it's just cool to have new content like that. I don't give a crap, man. Hell yeah, more wood. Let's get it. So many pumps, man. We've come across like 3 or 4 of them already. What's up, Brennan? How you doing today? What's up, Z-Boy? ISO God. Welcome to the stream. I think I'm going to get rid of this net debug stat thing that's on my screen. Not a big fan of that personally. HUD. Net debug stat. Oh, yeah. Off. Integration info. Off. Is that what it was? Yeah, I think it was integration info. Something like that. No Twitch stream? Yeah, no Twitch stream today, man. No Twitch stream today, man. Just for the simple reason that I thought a lot of the issues that were being caused to my microphone were caused by Restream. So I was like, you know, nah, I'm just not going to risk it. I'm just going to stream solely off of YouTube, and we'll see how it goes. What's good, Blake? How you doing today, man? Yeah, if I can get around like 300, 400 wood, I'm going to be happy. Hey, what's up, Hunter Winchester? You're trash at this game? It just takes practice, man. I really wouldn't say that I'm anything special at this game at all. That was a headshot? What on earth? Through the window, by the window, that is where I'll be. What's up, Tyler? Henis with his cringy singing. But I can't get enough of it. Winter getting egoed? I said hello to Winter. Did she say something else? Boom, I'm your 400 life. Yo, thank you, Dodge. I do appreciate that, man. Yeah, if you guys haven't dropped a like yet. Hiya. I finished looting this tree first. Brother. Hello, my good sir. Did not expect this many people to be converging here. What's up, Lone Wolf? Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Oh, we're going in the wrong direction. No wonder everybody's sort of heading over to me, man. I'm just like, I'm wandering off over here. I don't even know what I'm doing. No, I don't have a 30% off code for GFuel, Corbin, but I'm hoping to get one soon. I think they kind of do them on an interesting, on interesting intervals. Like they do them for all partners. And obviously some are more exclusive than others. I just haven't gotten one yet just because I'm an individual. It's a little bit harder to get one as an individual. But I'm grinding for it, man. The more you guys use my 5% off code, the more that does help me, and it makes me look better in the eyes of GFuel, so. Does anyone have a Twitter account? I have a Twitter account. You guys should follow me. Twitter's at ProHenis. I subbed and liked. Thank you, Brian. Brian Flores. Wait a minute, dude. Nah, I've seen you. You've been subbed for a while. Don't even come at me saying you've been subbed, or that you're just subbing now. What's my favorite weapon? Favorite weapon in the game's got to be the bolt action, man. Got to be the bolt. Do a GFuel giveaway? I do GFuel giveaways at the end of every month, my man. The end of every month, I'm always doing GFuel giveaways. Yo, Sam Colossal. Shout out to you, brother. What's my Twitter? At ProHenis. There's a link in the description down below. No way, I just heard it drop all the way over there, man. Well, I guess that kind of makes sense. That's deeper into the safe zone. Keep going. The pump, though? I'm not a big fan of the pump, man. Prefer the, wow. Trying to see if I can mark it. I guess you need a sniper for that. I guess we're too far away, literally. Can we have Flipcoin later? I don't think I'm gonna enable Flipcoin later, man. It's like, last time I enabled Flipcoin, the chat just got way too spammy. And it kind of goes against the whole purpose of why I kind of like using coins, which is that I want you guys to be able to use coins. Like, I want to reward the people that support me the most, you know? If I just give you guys coins, or if I allow you guys to gamble your coins, somebody who comes in can just instantly get a crap ton of coins without even spending, like, any time in the stream, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna pretend like I don't see this guy, but I'm gonna destroy this tree so I know he sees me. I'm gonna immediately run this way. He has to know I'm here. Has to. He's by that big tree, I guarantee it. Okay, I'm gonna go for him. Just want him to get comfortable. Okay, now he's not so comfortable. Oh, damn. Okay. Yikers. Got a sniper, man. Yo, Bandits, what's up, buddy? Welcome to the stream, man. What mic do I use? I use a Audio Technica AT2020, my man. Should just use this, bro. God damn it. No way! No way, bro! Yo! Come on, man! Oh, no! Of course, of all people, man. Yo. GG's, brother. GG's. Yo, how lit would that have been, man, if we killed Ninja? Oh, that would have been sick. Yo, that's Ninja, guys. That's Ninja. Oh, damn, that would have been so sick. Damn, GG's. Yo, somebody clip that. That was lit, though. That was lit. Yo, that's so dope, bro. I've never been in the fight with Ninja before. That was pretty lit. That was pretty lit. Respect, respect. Shoot, if we had just done a little bit better building there. You got killed by Ninja earlier today? Damn. LMFAO, you suck. What's up, Alex? Man. I don't think he no-scoped me. He just hit me with a shotgun. Who's Ninja? Ninja's Hyper is one of the best players in the world, man. He's absolutely nasty at Fortnite. Damn, what are the chances I'm in the same game as him, bro? That's so sick, though. So sick. I'm pretty sure he's streaming right now on Twitch. It's pretty dope. We'll get him one of these times, guys. We'll get him one of these times. Yeah, the next one? Yeah. Was that the real Ninja? Yeah, that was the real Ninja, man. The real Ninja's Hyper. The dude who drops all the world records and crap. That's him. Damn. Now, see, if I had known that was him, I wouldn't have done that well in that gunfight. And I didn't even really do that well, but if I had known that was him, like if somebody was telling me, like, hey, Ninja's in your game, I would have freaked out. you know? Would have been acting totally different. Does Ninja know who I am? No, he has no idea. Somebody's got... Can somebody go clip that from Ninja's perspective too? Bear, I don't know if you got that, but go clip that from Ninja's perspective. We want to see that. Henis just got on. What did I miss? Well, we just had a little 1v1 gunfight against Ninja. Yo, Billiard comes in as his trash. God damn it, Billiard. God damn it. It's in Discord? Alright. Thank you, Lord. Favorite snack? I don't even know, man, what my favorite snack would be. I got a lot of favorite foods, dog. Can I just throw meat as a category in there? Can meat just be like a favorite snack? Thought I missed something up there. Yeah, if somebody could clip that from Ninja's perspective, I'm definitely curious to see. He probably didn't say anything. I'm just so anxious to see how that looked from his perspective. Jesus, man. Yikes. Ninja streaming on Twitch? Yeah, he is. He said that was not bad. He said you trash. Damn, chat. Come on. Why you doing me like this? Ah, shoot. As I jump off the edge. Oh, what the hell? This is the thing, guys. I get too confident thinking about how much material I have. Five people left in his game? Shoot. Imagine if it came down to me and him in 1v1. I would have cried. Actually, hold on. I'd be careful, I don't have any building material left. I don't know why the hell I shot right there. underneath me. Knew exactly where I was coming from. Look at Discord if you want to see the clip. All right, yeah, I'm definitely gonna look at Discord right now. Did we get the one from Ninja's perspective or just mine? Okay, this has got to be the clip. No, why did it freeze, bro? Come on. All right, let's take a look at this.
That was not bad.
Okay, I will take that. I will take that. You know what that means? We left an impression. Did you guys hear what he said?
That was not bad.
That was not bad. Let's hear it. Let's hear it one more time in case you guys didn't hear it. I'll turn the volume a little bit, okay? Listen.
That was not bad.
That was not bad. Okay, we're gonna play it one more time. You guys listen closely.
That was not bad.
That was not bad. All right. All right, guys. That's all we needed. Not bad. Not bad. He was like, nah. Henis is a nerd. Oh, God. Nah, guys, I've been watching Ninja for so long. That's an honor. That's an honor in my end, man. That's just an honor right there. And so you know what's going to happen now? I'm going to go play with Billiard. And Billiard's killed Ninja before when he was playing Fortnite. Or, excuse me, H1Z1. So I'm going to get, next time I get in the call with Billiard, he's going to be like, hi, wow, you couldn't kill Ninja. And I killed him when I played against him in H1, you know? So he's gonna come right out the bat, cooking me. You already know. Would you play with Ninja if he asked you? Nah, I'd probably give him the cold shoulder and just be like, nah, dude, I'm gonna do me. Yes, of course I would. What am I, an idiot? He's literally, like, this isn't even a joke. Like, he's actually the most popular Fortnite player. Like, when you really think about it. When you really think about it, guys. Ninja is the most popular Fortnite player. Hands down. Not even close. He's the most well-known. On YouTube and Twitch. He just won the game. Hey, you know what, man? If I'm gonna lose to Ninja, I'm happy that it was a victory for him. I'm happy that it was a victory for him. You know? I can't really say much else without sounding like too much of a fangirl. More fangirly than I've already been. Okay. But yeah. He is the best Fortnite player in the world. He's pretty good, man. He's pretty good. He is pretty good. The biggest thing with him, though, is like... God damn. The biggest thing with Ninja, and like this is the part that I've always found most impressive with him, is he's crazy consistent. It's like, you know how a lot of players will have like their off days, their on days. He's just on all the time, 24/7. He just goes, you know. So who knows? What if we queued up again in the same game? Oh God, Henis. Oh God, Henis. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, God. No, hey, man. Hey, come over here. You come over here. No. Whoa, brother. Okay. Messing around too much. I'm actually about to get killed. Well. Now I'm actually gonna die. I thought I was being cute. Ah. Need bandages. He has no idea where I am. Come on, man. Ah, crouch, Henis, crouch. I didn't have it. Nah. Ah, that's so awkward, man. Wish I had a shotgun there. I ended up picking up that pistol, which I shouldn't have done. What's up, Olivia? What's up, Ben? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, the storm was coming too. RIP. Hey, we hit level 95. Yo, let's get a 95 hype in the chat, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. What's up, Sam? What's up, Nicholas? I didn't know Ninja till now. Yeah, he's ridiculous. You guys can have some fun watching him, man. Like, Jesus. He is next level, man. Hold on, I'm gonna tweet him. I want you guys to do me a favor. All right? I'm gonna tweet out saying, "You just killed me, but I love you." At Ninja. I want you guys to go like and retweet it, alright? We're gonna look like real serious clout chasers right now. You killed me. And I love you. With a heart emoji. At Ninja. Okay. I tweeted that out. All of you guys go to my Twitter. Twitter is at ProHenis. Go find that tweet. Like it. Retweet it. Reply to it. And just show that tweet a ton of support, alright? Just show that tweet a ton of support. Tag the video in the tweet. I should have, man. I should have. Yeah, actually, you know what I'm going to do, guys? You know what I'm going to do? Hold on. Bear, do me a favor. Bear, can you do me a favor and download the clip? I just deleted the tweet, guys. I deleted the tweet. Forget it. I deleted the tweet. Because we want to tag the video, and I feel like the video is going to make it more credible. Tag, Bear, send me my perspective. Send me, like, the MP4 of my perspective. You can just right-click on the, you probably already know how to save a VOD. You just right-click on it and send it to me. Right-click, save video as on the clip and send it to me. You beat him? No, he killed me. He absolutely destroyed me. Oh, why my nose is itching. We're going to tweet it at him, alright? I like that jacket you're using. Give me what jacket I'm using, man. What you talking about? Bear really is the best mod. He really is the best mod. Like, when you really think about it, King of the Bears is my best mod. How many wins do I have? It's like 160 something, man. Nothing crazy. We just out here playing Fortnite, you know what I'm saying? What's that, Mr. Meeks? Think about how much wood we're going to walk away from this from, though. She's got 100 wood in that one gosh darn tree. You're lit every stream. Thank you, Everett. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you guys drop a like. We've already got over 500 likes in the stream. You guys are dope. Make sure you subscribe as well if you're new. I don't know if anybody else actually landed here. I'm always really upset, though, by the lack of weapons in this area. And Barrett, just send me the MP4 on, like, Discord or something. Really doesn't matter what you send it to me on. The pump is the best gun. I'm more of a tac guy myself, man. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna drop that, pick that up, swap that, drop that, pick that up, pick that up, pick that up. Go like that. Thank you, Bear. Gracias. I love you. Can we get a bear spam in the chat, guys? Because bear is like literally the greatest mod ever. I've already got 400 wood, brothers. 400 wood. Think about that. Why wasn't this reloaded? What the hell? What we got in here? Sniper ammo. Awesome. A weapon I don't have. Let's get some bear hype in the chat, guys. Bear's been with me for so long, man. Such a great guy. King of the Bears. He's a great mod. You guys ever have any questions? Sometimes he's a little toxic on Twitter, and he tweets out some really weird things. But you guys will learn to love him, all right? I did. So did Ninja actually kill you? Yeah, he did, man. Ah, shoot, dude. I did too. Who's my favorite sponsor? Oh gosh, guys, are we actually gonna get into this? Are we actually gonna get into... This wasn't meant to be like a serious favorite picking session. What's up, Olivia? All right, guys. Now here comes the real question. All right, this is the real difficult part. We want to grab Ninja's attention, right? We want to let him know. Like we don't want to, like, think about how many tweets he's got and people saying like, "Hey, you killed me in Fortnite. I love you. Please follow me. You're a great guy." Right? Think about how many tweets he gets like that. Right? Probably all the time. He gets all these stream snipers. We gotta do something that's gonna allow us to stand out. So not only are we gonna have an advantage standing out because I've got all of you guys in here to help me juice the tweet, but we also got to make sure that we tweet him something funny, right? Something that's going to leave an impression. Something that's going to make him go, oh, that's kind of funny. I like that, you know? What do we say to him? What do we say to him? It's so interesting how drops don't make a noise when they fall anymore. I don't know whether or not I really like that, to be honest. Whoa. Please don't snipe me. And here we go. Alrighty, daddy. You killed me, not that bad. Say, you killed me, not that bad. Alright, Bear, did you send it to me? You did not send it to me. Bear, what the hell are you doing? Honestly, you're slacking over here. Everybody get Bear to... Like I said, I wanted him to send me the clip on Discord, and he hasn't sent me the clip on Discord, man. What the hell is this? God damn it, dude. Wrecked by a default skin, bro? Yeah, that was just rough. Put a flip going on? Absolutely not. Say I'm only crying a little. I'm gonna say I'm gonna tweet at him and say I guess I'm not that bad. I guess I'm not that bad. Which is funny because I still died to him, but he says not that bad at the end. I think that's what I'm gonna tweet at him. Not that. I guess I'm not that bad with a laughing emoji. I'll put the not that bad in quotes. We're thinking about this too much. That's just too funny though. Thank you, Bear. You just sent me the clip. Why the hell did I show that? How am I supposed to get a clip if I don't have Twitch to get a clip from?
This is a Chucky Beat production.
That's a really good point. That's a really, really good point. Yeah, I didn't think that through, did I? Did not think that through.
You can't see, but I'm cringing so hard right now.
I guess I'm just gonna have to call him Daddy. TJG. You know how rough it is out on these streets, brother? Can you not, man? Like, I'm just trying to... Shotgun shot to the face. Hello. 70 damage. Henis, how are you? Yo, Matt Gross. I'm doing pretty great, man. I'm doing pretty great. Alright, yeah, Bear, did you just tag me in a... You just tagged me in a tweet. Hold on. I gotta find this. Yo, so TJG, thank you so much for your $2 donation, man. I don't know why you're cringing, bro. We're just simply out here trying to get the attention of a larger creator. Like, what else is new? You know what I'm saying? Say it was a good battle. I would have won, though. I was lagging. Nah, I'm not trying to come across like... Dude, why can't I... Why is it not letting me open up my browser, dude? God, Fortnite, you're so obnoxious. Here we go. No way! No way, bro! Yo! Come on, man! Oh, no! Of course, of all people, man. Yo. GG's, brother. GG's. Yo, how lit would that have been, man, if we killed Ninja? Oh, that would... I'm taking this clip. I'm taking this clip. I'm taking this clip. Yo, Drake. Yo, can you... I don't know why that's all in caps. Give me a second, guys. I'm probably like... Can you DM me a clip of this so I can download it? Question mark. If not, I can just download it myself. All right, sorry guys. Sorry. I'm focusing way too much on this. I'm like investing. Look at, why do we always come here? Why is the bus always going in this direction? God, that's so freaking annoying. I'm going to this little warehouse over here. I gotta focus on a game, man. How old am I? I'm 19 years old. What keyboard is that? Razer Deathstalker Essential. Razer Deathstalker Essential keyboard. Just Essential. It's RGB. It's just a membrane keyboard. It's not mechanical. I'm not a big fan of mechanical keyboards personally. How do I donate? There's a link in the description down below, my man. Always optional, but very much appreciated. All right, somebody just went into that. Right there. What's up, Chewbacca? How you doing today, man? Why don't you show us the clip? I'll tweet out about it, man. I'll tweet out about it. I just wanted to. I was just looking at Twitter, so I didn't want to like show any private messages or anything. That was the only thing. That's why I didn't share screens there. Henis, are you freaking serious, dude? Goddamn. No notification? I thought notifications did go out for today, brother. Did they actually not go out for today? That sucks if they didn't. Woo. Freaking hate my life. I seriously not going either. I don't have any more of these. God damn it, bro. Huh? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna take that. Right, he just died. Like nothing popped up in the feed. The dude just left the game. Didn't even say he disconnected or nothing. Okay. What just I don't know. Poor guy must have, I don't know. Internet went out or something. I almost feel bad for the guy.
PP suck too.
What? You say PP suck too? What? He couldn't take Henis? Yeah, I doubt that's it. For sure, I doubt that's it. What's up, Fusion? Got a lot of wood right now, though. Let's get a move on. He probably got killed by Ninja. Yeah, Ninja probably killed him. Cross servers. What's up, Chewbacca? Is there really going to be an event? Yeah, guys, the Valentine's Day or the Valentine's event starts tomorrow. So I guess everything's gonna be Valentine's themed. So they're gonna be bringing in some brand new skins. They're gonna be bringing in a new crossbow. A lot of new stuff coming in tomorrow. It's gonna be epic. I don't know what time I'll be live streaming it though, because I know I got stuff going on with my dad tomorrow too. But I think that's happening sort of later in the afternoon, and the update's supposed to drop pretty early. So I don't think I'll be live right when the update drops, because I'll probably be sleeping. But I'll be live like sort of later in the morning. Does GFuel ship to UK? Yeah, GFuel ships worldwide, man. How do I get him to be familiar with me? Yo, what's up, Fusion? Yo, Fusion, by the way, I think Bear told me that I don't follow you on Twitter or something like that. And I could have sworn I did, man, because I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know. I think I remember having a conversation with you about this in the past. If I don't follow you on Twitter, man, just go ahead and tweet me a picture of the notification bell. Like, the reason I asked you guys to tweet me a picture is because obviously, like, pictures just stand out more in my mentions. Like, when I'm scrolling through, I'm less likely to scroll past a picture. Like, a picture will catch my eye, and I'll take a couple seconds to stop and look at it. And if it's a picture of the notification bell for my channel, then I'll stop and I'll follow you. That's usually what I do. But yo, I've got to I forgot to thank that donation. Yo, West Plays, thank you very much for the 420, man. I do appreciate that, brother. I'm sorry I kind of egoed your donation there. Not really know what you mean. Greetings from Rhode Island. Yo, greetings back to you from Maine, brother.
Henis, you're good at Fortnite.
Henis, you're good at Fortnite. Thank you, West Plays. I appreciate that, man. You did like 3 days ago, and it made my day. Okay, good, good, good. I'm glad I was able to get that for you, man. Yeah, and my bad. It is really hard to focus on a lot of people at the same time. As long as you're active, he'll notice you. Yeah, pretty much. I try my hardest, but Fusion, no, I definitely know who you are, man. You support my stream at Crap Time. Sick job, Henis. Okay, this is not good. Yikes. Okay. You better ARs?
How about
Actually,
just
hold on.
being classy and saying, Ninja is so good that getting shot by him was the highlight of my stream today?
Alright, you know what? Guy had like no wood. Fine, TJG. God, dude. Fine, we'll tweet something generic at him like that. And if he responds, TJG, if he responds, we'll tweet him that. If he responds, I'll make you mod. Alright, because TJG, you're like, I've seen you in other chats. I know who you are. You're a level-headed guy. You're definitely mod worthy for sure. Alright? Just as a token of my thank you. Unless you don't want mod. But if I tweet that at Ninja and he replies to me, I will make you mod. Okay? I wonder how many people are like boiling in my chat right now, pissed that they aren't getting mod. TJG, I'm just gonna tell you how it is, man. We'll see. JD Foster's like, wow. So this is actually happening right now. Sorry, man. God, what a horrible position to be in, man. Jesus, that was an awkward gunfight. You know what? Actually, why would I waste that? That's so pointless to waste. There's nothing else I want to pick up instead. Well, these guys had a blue AR, right? Oh, God, Henis, man. You can't be missing those shots, brother. Why do I not have my AR? Oh, I didn't pick up. You gotta be kidding me. Why did I pick it? I didn't pick it up again, bro? Bro, what the hell, Henis? Bro, this is the type of stuff that I'm talking about, man. Like, what kind of lag is that, Epic? Like, I don't get that at all. Like, I'm definitely running over. Like, I know for a fact when I'm over that item, I'm, like, clicking to pick it up. Like, I know for a fact. And it's just not picking up. And I don't know if that's my own crappy internet connection or what. Man, what's up, Tyler? Henis, don't be a noob, bro. I'm trying not to be, man. I'm over here freaking out. Henis. Honestly, one of the noobiest things you've done so far today, man. So how do you edit? How do you edit? I'm so confused how people flip stairs around. Okay, that's to make something curvy like that. That's not really what I wanted to do. I'm not really sure how to do that fluently yet. Wish I was better at that. That's something else I gotta practice. This dude's gotta be weak. That's tough. Alright guys, let's get this W right here. Jump pad, hell yeah. Maxed out of materials. I freaking love that feeling. I think I can go get that guy's stuff. I'm not even gonna worry about it, bro. I got good material right now.
Get that W man and I'll donate 5.
Alright, bro. Yo, nighty night. That's all the incentive I need, brother. I gotta put food on the table, you know what I'm saying? 5 people left. What's up, Sam? A lot of shots go down over the hill. What we got in here? Absolutely nothing. Another drop right there. Is he being chased? I can't tell. There's only one guy right over here. I can't tell if he's being shot at or not. Yikes, Henis. Should not take that many shots to kill somebody. Just saying. Boom, baby. GG's. Let's get it. All right, yo, TJG. Yo, drop a like in the stream if you guys are new. Subscribe if you have not done so already. Let's get it, man. Yo, 2 snipes back to back. I'll take that. I'll take that. Let's go, man. Let's go. Oh, baby, baby, baby. What's up, Logistic? We led those snipes pretty decently. That second to last kill that I got, the kill to kill the guy that... Yeah, the shot that killed the guy that came in third, did not think that shot was going to hit. Just saying. Did not think that was going to hit. All right. What I need to do right now, guys, I'm going to go ahead and quickly tweet out this tweet put out this tweet to Ninja. All right. So when I put this tweet out, this is the tweet that I need a lot of you guys to go and show a ton of support to. All right. I need you guys to show a lot of support on this tweet. Okay. Yeah. Just gonna put that right there. Just want to make sure this is it. No. Does anybody have a better quality clip? Like, okay, hold on. I'm gonna quickly try to find a better quality clip here, guys, because I really do want to. All right, you guys are coming and dropping donos, man, and I feel bad. I'm gonna acknowledge these in a second here. Yeah, no.
I know Knight not going to donate, so I will.
I think what I'm gonna do, guys, actually, I think in all honesty, probably what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wait till after the stream to tweet it at him. I'm gonna wait till after the stream. So if you guys don't follow me on Twitter,
2 more for that long shot kill.
Jesus, you guys are too nice to me. You guys are too nice to me with your donos right now. I'm gonna wait till after the stream because that way I can get like a good high quality version of it. Because like, no offense, but like the clips that were sent to me, they just weren't that high quality, and that's because you guys were recording them off your phones. So it's nothing crazy, and we don't need to do it right now. He won't be checking Twitter until after he's done streaming, anyways. Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. 2 wins on the day, guys. Let's get it. Yo, 30 likes away from 700 likes. If you guys haven't dropped a like in the stream yet, make sure you guys do that. Would really appreciate it. It does help me out a lot. Do I live in Maine? Yes, Caleb, I do, brother. I do indeed. Are you guys liking the music in stream, by the way? Let me know. Let me know. I think the music in stream is kind of nice. All right, you know what I'm actually gonna do? I'm gonna make a small change to my audio here too. 'Cause I think my audio is a little. Oh, never mind. My audio is as high as it can go. Cool. Turn stuff up a little bit, you know, make it a little bit louder. Yo, what's up, Joe's Most, bro? Yeah, the music is chill. All right, good. I'm glad you guys like the music. Music is chilly. But yo, the Beast Gamer Alive comes with a 10. Says I know Knight. Oh, it says I know Knight. Not going to donate. I know Knight is not going to donate, so I will. Damn. Best Gamer Alive donates 10, not thinking that Knight was even going to donate. Bro, 90 Knight has donated mad bombs, dropped some serious bombs in the channel. Yo, Best Gamer Alive, I don't know if I would mess with him, man. He dropped, I mean, got called out. Sheesh. Yo, Joe's Most, bro, what's up, man? Turn on some music. There is music playing right now, guys. It's faint, but it's there, definitely there. 90 Knight then comes in with a 7 and says 2 more for that long shot kill. Damn, even went above and beyond. Appreciate the support, man. Appreciate the donos. Today's my last day being a sponsor. Oh, Aiden, you will be missed, man. It's all right. I'm gonna have to unmod you too, if that's okay. Hope you understand. It's nothing personal, really. It's just business, to be honest. Probably try to rock a different outfit here too. It's cold in Maine. You live in Maine? Yo, find my nickname. It is cold in Maine, bro. I actually have a window open right now, believe it or not. I have a window open because the room that I'm in like a small little study room in my apartment. And this small little study room, bro, it heats up. I got 2 PCs in here. One's streaming, one's gaming, so they're putting out a lot of heat. I'm sitting in here. My sweaty self is radiating heat, of course, you know, just because I'm alive and stuff. So, not easy out in these streets, man. Did you just seriously reload a Magnum? Yikes. Yikes. Pissed that we lost so much health right there. Is what it is, though. I have no money to give you, Jaden. No worries, man. The fact that you guys are in here, if you guys have notifications on for the stream, if you stop by on a regular basis, if you've dropped a like, all those things help me out a ton. A ton. So make sure you guys drop a like in the stream if you have not done so already. We just hit 700 likes. And, yeah, we're on the road to 259,000 subs as well. So make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new. Love you too, bro. Love you, JD Foster. I love you, man. I'm gonna have to spend some time just sitting in a game of Fortnite practicing editing. Like, get really, really smooth and good with editing. And that's honestly one of the best ways I can spend my time trying to get better at this game. Alright, we're not coming down here for a chest, but there could be something even better. No. RPG ammo. There we go. Perfect. That's what I wanted. What's up, Trenton? Want to get enough material to build like a fortress. What's up, the Nightwing? How you doing, man? How's it going? Yo, Landon, it's going pretty good, bro. Yeah, we're gonna take that instead. Sorry, it ain't nothing personal, Boogie Bomb. It's just, you know, one of these items is better than the other, for sure. Especially for me. Alright, let's heal up a little bit here. We are weak right now, for sure. To flip stairs, it's the middle squares to flip. The 4 middle on each side. The 4 middle on each side? Alright, hold on. How did that... Okay. So it's the 4 middle on each side, you say? Hold on. I don't know why I put this there. I thought I would have needed it for some reason. Can I edit this now? I can't edit that. Okay. I can't edit it. I don't know why. I mean, I'm pressing G. It's not working. There was a dude in a bush. Wait, is that a dude? It was a dude, bro. What the hell? I was like, that bush definitely just moved. What's up, Emily? What's up, Jaden?
Something light.
Did he just say something light, bro? Ocean. With the 50 bomb. Goddamn. Yo, can we get some OPZ hype in the chat, ladies and gentlemen? Coming in, dropping a bomb. God, this was the worst way to get to this chest, wasn't it? God, and now I'm gonna have to follow the way down here just to get the stuff that I need. But yo, Ocean, thank you so much. The Ocean OPC dropped a $50 bomb. Yo, let's get some Ocean hype in the chat, man. God damn. What an absolute god. Yo, OPZ Nation, ladies and gentlemen. OPZ Nation. Damn, bro. Damn. I'm gonna go for this drop. Ocean ain't got no chill. He got no chill, man. He got no chill. Hype beast, bro. Test rotating stairs? I think I prefer to do it off stream, man. Especially not while I'm in a game trying to like play for wins and stuff. Trying to have fun with viewers. I say there's a dude going for that. Here we go. All right, well, this is gonna be fun, isn't it? How did he not know I was coming for him, man? Did he kill him? Whoa. He's got a couple of these. Jesus. Do I know what ghost peeking is? I don't really know. He's double pumping, man. Are you kidding me, bro?
Welcome to the Salty's Winter. How tough are you?
Oh my god. Okay. Pedro just came in with a sponsor. Thank you so much, Pedro. I freaking love you, dude. Let's get some Pedro hype in the chat. Oh man, you gotta be kidding me, bro. Yikes. Don't worry, guys. I'm not freaking out over here or anything. I just gotta go, don't I? There's so much more material here that I think I need to want to grab, but I can't because it's all like clustered in here. I just gotta go. Oh, man. We surely can't afford to get stuck in the storm for too long here. It's gonna outrun us, but I'm pretty sure we're not gonna die. Yeah, it's only taking one. Alright, we're gonna be able to get out of here. As long as we don't get shot at right now, we're gonna be fine. Jesus, that's close, bro. Come on, man. I didn't build fast enough. I built way too slow there. Ah, GG to that guy. He had way more health than me, too. Launchpad? I don't think I had a launchpad, bro, unfortunately. Damn. GG to that guy. GG's. I should have built faster. I should have just built over me. What's up, Pickle Rick? Saw you donated to Gala last night. You in some kind of clan with her? Yeah, we're both in Carnage. Yep. So that was the hashtag Unleash the Carnage in the donation message. What's up, Casey? I wonder if that game where you turned all the things off helped you aim better. I don't know if I wouldn't say it helped me aim better, man. Definitely didn't help me aim better. Definitely made things more interesting though, for sure. Was it Hayden? Play with someone? All right, yeah. Who do we want to play with right now? Who's on? Better question. Mr. Beast YouTube. Let me message Billiard because he was asking earlier. What's up, Logan? What's up, Fusu Football? Henis, do you remember you from last stream? Drakester, I do remember you, man. Wow. He just said nah. Play with Ninja? Ninja doesn't know who I am, man. Billiard? Who's Mr. Beast? Look him up on YouTube, man. I gotta change my skin. Damn, Billiard's typing a long message right now. Oh no, he just stopped. You for real don't want to play? Play with typical gamer? I don't think he knows who I am, man. Yo, if you guys are enjoying the live stream, make sure you guys drop a like, subscribe if you haven't done so already. Really appreciate the support. Terry, thank you so much for the sub. 40 likes away. 40 likes away from hitting 800 likes, guys. Thank you so much for the support. Ninja should know who the God Henis is. Oh, God, guys. Oh, God. Please. He is way out of my league. Not even close. I'm humbled to have even fought him. You said now right now. I always die when I go to Clock Tower. I don't know why I do this to myself, but I'm doing it again. Damn, there's two down here. Okay. Nice. What's up, Rylan? Ah, GG's, man. Yeah, I'm playing on the PC, guys. I'd eat Ninja like he's breakfast? Nah, dude. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm getting the clip. Oh, okay. Thank you, Bear. Yo, Bear, actually, if you're gonna get the clip right now, that's perfect. If you can do it on stream. So Bear, if you're I hope you're listening right now. If what you can do, ideally, is get files 51 megabytes and max is 50. Okay, Bear, like if you don't mind doing the editing. So like just show my perspective quickly. And then my reaction, like enough to say like, oh, I recognize that's Ninja, and then show Ninja's reaction at the end. If you could do that, and then yeah, if you can WeTransfer that, and just like 720p 60, 720p 30 would honestly be fine. I'm gonna use the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, ProHenis has gone to milk his cow. He'll be right back. All right, I'm here. All right, Bear, if you could edit that for me, bro, that would honestly make my life. That would honestly make my life. Because then the benefit of that is like if we can have that clip edited and like ready to go, and I can put it out on Twitter, we can have everybody that's in the stream right now like juice it. Ideally. I want to get at least one more solo win, guys, and then I'm gonna play with somebody. Want to get like 3 solo wins on the night. So far, we've got 2. Do you get V-Bucks every win? No, that'd be super dope incentive though if you could. Didn't even drink that, you kidding me? What's up, Michael? Henis, you're good? Yo, thank you, Luke. Appreciate the compliment, brother. Jesus. Jesus. Come on, Henis. Henis! There we go. The whole ninja clip or just him saying not bad? So like just like at the very end, so you can tell it's like the same gunfight, and then the clip of him saying not bad. So the whole clip itself, I don't know how long it'll end up being, like maybe 30-45 seconds. I'm just guessing though. You'll obviously have a much better idea. All right, I gotta commit somewhere. I don't see anybody or hear anybody. Ow. You kidding me, bro? Got pinched, man. What's up, Brian? Welcome to the stream. Did I miss a sub? No, oh, yeah, sorry. So, like, all the subscribers, man, they pop up in the lower right-hand corner, but I can't personally thank every single one, fortunately. It'd be kind of dope if I could. What's good, King Taco? How you doing today, Melon? Welcome to the stream. In retail, row, go to the underground glitch. Didn't they patch that? Aren't they patching that in the latest, in the next update? Doom, TBNR, Kenworth. Yo, I'm down for duos, man. I'm gonna go ahead and do one more game, and then I'm down to play, 100%. I'll go ahead and play this game. And then, yeah, I'm down for duos. I'll hop inside your Discord. What clip from Ninja? Oh, yeah, I'll tweet it out here soon, guys. Once Bear sends me the clip, I'll be sure to tweet it out. I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Yo, Katie.
You never followed me back on Twitter after I tweeted at you with the notification bell clicked lol.
I'm sorry, Katie. I could have sworn... Like, I usually follow back everybody. If I miss the tweet, just try to tweet it again at me, I guess. Because I do follow every single person back who does have notifications on. I'm sorry if I missed you. I guess I did miss you. I'm sorry. I would just try to tweet at me again. And that goes for everybody in the stream. If you want me to follow you back on Twitter, if you turn on post notifications for the stream, tap the bell icon below the video player, screenshot it, and tweet it at me on Twitter at ProHenis. I will follow every single person back. What's up, Kevin? How you doing today, man? Am I hitting the dead body? Come on, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. Oh, God, bro. That was so aggravating. Holy God. Tell that's above me or below me. It's coming up. Kidding me, bro? You're just gonna run away like that? He's still running that. You gotta be kidding me. Yikes, man. Whew. Rendering? Thank you, Bear. I freaking love you, dude. I still hear that other chest, but I'm just not gonna go bother going for it. I just subscribed to you. Keep it up. Yo, thank you, Shocking. Appreciate it, man. I don't know why this. Oh, shoot. How did it hit you through the wall? I have no idea, man. I have absolutely no idea. Why do you take that over pumps? I just prefer it, man. I mean, for me, it just feels nicer. I think they shoot faster. I could do more damage with them in a shorter period of time. In my opinion, I don't know. I got really nothing against the pump. It's just something about it, man. I'm just not a big fan of it. Here he is. Damn, you got a lot of shield. Whoa, that lag right there. Damn. What's that, Matthew? Yeah, just in the back of my mind that was gonna be there, man. One shot headshot does 90 damage. Oh, it does more than that. The pump one shot headshot does a lot more than 90 damage. Just because the sniper's so bad. Not even worth my time. Bro, there's chests everywhere in Tilted Towers, man. Holy crap. It's further down. You got this, Henis? Yo, thank you, Peanut Man. Yo, Peanut Man coming in with a positive comment. What is happening today, dudes? Here we go. Jesus, bro. I don't even know what to take anymore. Actually, you know what? I may surprise some of you guys, but I'm leaving that. I'm just gonna leave it, man. It's not worth my time. Now that makes me wonder, but I'm still gonna stick with it. I'm still gonna stick with it. I thought I had the nade launcher. Come on, man. You're really gonna be like this, brother? How does that second to last shot not hit? How does that not hit? That's what I want to know, man. 6 HP. That is so dumb, dude. Damn. Alright, guys. Before I go ahead and hop into this game with Ninja, we are going to go ahead and tweet out this video. Alright, guys? We're going to go ahead and tweet out this video that Bear just made for us. Alright? Let the man drink his shield, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Alright. Hold on. Let's watch this video.
No way, bro. Yo, come on, man. Oh, no. Of course, of all people, man. Yo, GG's, brother. GG's.
That was nice. That was nice. That's good work, Bear. That's good work. Thank you, man. Thank you. All right, so we're going to go ahead and tweet this out. Now, TJG, guys, he gave us the exact caption that we're going to use. 10 out of 10 editing there. 10 out of 10 editing. All right, here's what we're going to do. TJG gave us the caption. He said, how about being classy? He's saying, Ninja is so good. Ninja is so good that getting killed by him was the highlight of my stream today. At Ninja. GG's. Fist emoji. Heart laughing. Ninja V2. Show the whole clip. Done. Tweet. Alright, we're gonna let this tweet, guys. Oh, man. What's up, Dylan Turner? Alright, let me go ahead and get in Kenny's Discord here. Kenny, can you join up, please? Like, what the hell are you doing? Yo.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Did you just see that clip?
Dude, that sounds pretty good. No, I saw you watching it, but I didn't listen to it. God!
Did you see who it was?
I saw Ninja, yeah?
Yeah. I ran into
Okay.
him, and he just
what happened? Oh, you
he
ran
killed
into
me.
him?
Yeah, he killed me.
Dude, this could have been an upload.
I know, right? Exactly. Killing Ninja Cyber. He went on to win the game, though, apparently. That's what my chat told me, so, you know.
There you go, dude. Just upload that. Killed by Ninja.
Killed by Ninja, and then just show the rest of his gameplay.
Right,
Of winning the game. Yeah, right. Gotta get it over 10 minutes.
Honestly,
that's important.
Perfect upload right there.
Right. Your tutorial channel helped me so much. Hey, King Hut, happy to hear that, man. All right, guys, so this tweet's going up right now. As soon as this tweet goes live, I need all of you guys to go like it, retweet it, drop a like on it. I said that twice. It's going to be on Twitter. It's still tweeting
Bro,
out.
I bit, like, I don't know what happened, but I got, like, a cut on the side of my tongue.
That's the worst. I hate, like, the canker sores that you get on the
so
inside of my
bad.
mouth. Like, I wear this, like, I got this, like, plastic retainer that I wear on, just at night. And, it could, like, if I go, like, a couple nights without wearing it, then I wear it again. It, like, sometimes the plastic, when my mouth isn't used to it, it gets, like, a little, cut or something on the side of my mouth.
Yeah.
It's obnoxious.
I got, like, that on my tongue right now. It freaking hurts.
Yeah. Killed by Ninja in Fortnite. Insane gunfight. My reaction to the best Fortnite player killing me. There's too much
Can you upload it so I can look at it, please?
I know. It still says sending tweet.
Oh, my gosh.
67%.
Wi-Fi, please.
All right. Your tweet has been sent. All right, guys. The
All right.
tweet is officially out. Go
First
retweet that tweet.
First.
Are you talking to Kenny? Yeah, I'm talking to Kenny, guys. We're about to do some duos. All right, everybody go to that tweet. I would appreciate it. Drop a like on it. Oh, damn. That's already got 7 likes. All right. Yo, here's the tweet, guys. Post it in the chat. Just gonna spam it in the chat. Do a skybase with Ninja. Guys, Ninja's out of my pay grade. He doesn't even know who I am.
Bro, you had him.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying.
Bro, you had him. What are you doing?
Okay. Am I actually about to get roasted by you now?
No, you could have killed him so easily. I mean, it's all what's the thing where it's what's the phrase for it? Hindsight, something like that. Yeah,
Something like that.
it's all in hindsight, dude. Don't worry about it. Sounds like I'm talking about like ketchup or something. Anyway, here, I'll join off you.
All right.
Squad goals. Rocking the Black Knight again, huh?
Hell yeah.
On the
Hell
old
yeah.
ski-doo.
Damn, that's got 37 likes. All right, yeah, keep juicing that tweet, guys. Keep juicing the tweet. If we're lucky, we'll get a GG from Ninja. Right? That's all we need. That's all we need. That's all we've ever wanted. Oh, okay. I like your outfit.
I have like 500.
Damn, I was gonna say, yeah, you got that Twitter juice. It's true. All right, yeah, I'll rock with the USA one. Which one is that?
Let's go, baby. This is a Korean.
That's the SMH.
Look at my helmet. You
SMH.
goof.
I can't see your bro. Come on, I play at 480p.
What?
I'm just kidding.
Bro, you just breathed so hard into your headset, Mike. It sounded like a gust of wind flew through my room.
Oh man.
My ears just got like. Oh
I think
my
it's
God,
like it was probably perfectly positioned under my nose or something. Yo, Zin, I'm sorry I missed that $1 super chat, man. Thank you for that.
What's up, man?
Oh God.
Late. Long day today.
Oh
What's
God.
up, man? Sorry, I was
Yo,
late.
did you hear
Long
they're
day
changing the
today.
high-pitched sound of the shark?
No, I did not. Are they really?
Yeah, patch notes, dude.
Oh, I read the patch. I didn't think they said anything about the shark. I read what they're doing to the scoped AR. I read what they're doing to
480p
the.
monitor, dude. Can't read either.
Yeah, I know.
Insane.
I upscale it to. I upscale it to 690.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
That's the good
You
stuff.
pick it. Let's.
All right, let's do Tilted Towers.
Okay.
Have you played it all today?
No, first game.
Yeah. All right. So no pressure then.
What do you mean no pressure? Bro, I woke up at 12 because we're supposed to have some garage people come fix our door between 1 and 3.
Yeah.
Didn't get here till 4 o'clock.
That's messed up. I hate that. I hate when they give you they give you like a large window of time. That's so obnoxious. They're like, yeah, we'll be at your like, yeah, because my dad's recently he got a new my dad's moving, so he's getting a new place and selling the house that we currently live in, and
Bro,
he
the whole server's here.
yeah.
Not clickbait.
And so he's had to have a lot of furniture delivered. So it's like, yeah, we'll be at your condo sometime between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. So just have somebody there. Yeah. So
Guys got a shotgun. There's a lot of stuff here, but it's all in the second story. I'm already getting shot.
don't worry, I got a blue Magnum, so I'm all set.
Just,
Kenny, I love you. I always have.
you can save me, pro.
Oh, you're down? Where are you?
Yes.
Okay.
What do you mean? I just said I'm dead. Henis, please.
Bro, I can't.
Coming, Henis.
Bro, I'm coming.
Henis.
Bro, I had literally 5 HP. There was 2 teams in my building.
I love this.
Damn.
Bro, Tilted's my favorite.
That was by far your fault.
I knocked one, and his butt buddy was standing behind him with a pump shotgun.
Hey Henis, I love you.
Listen, right? I can make excuses all day, but in reality, you could have saved me. You weren't there. I don't know what's going on.
You know what this is, chat? You know, I was having a
Did you
good
win
day.
last game?
I was having a good day. And you want to know
Did
what
you
happened?
win last game?
I won 2 games at the beginning of my stream today.
Did you
I
win last
almost
game?
killed Ninja. I tell Kenny about it because I'm so proud, right? I count.
Bro, you didn't even hit him.
Bro, yes,
What do you
I
mean
did.
you
Oh,
almost. You didn't even hit him.
bro, he had 64 HP left, bro. I took his shield off. What are you talking
When?
about?
I
do you
watched
mean
that clip.
when?
You didn't even touch him.
Yes, I. Oh.
Did you hit him on the way
my
down?
God. Oh.
Did you hit him on the way down?
I hit him like
The very first shot?
Bro, I don't even remember. I'd have to look at the clip again. Honestly, guys, Kenny is just. Oh man.
Bro, the whole server was there. There were 17 guys in my
You
house.
want?
I counted all.
We want to go. Want to go there again?
Yeah, I want to go there again. I
Alright,
need payback.
let's do it.
I'm jumping.
I love Kenny. I love Kenny too.
Who said that?
That was.
You don't know me.
Who said
I
that?
gotta
That
take my
was.
vitamin D
That was
pill, dude.
Wake, one of my mods.
Do you take vitamin D?
No, I don't.
You need to start.
Why? What's gonna happen?
What do you mean what's gonna happen? Your body's gonna give out. You're gonna get all frail and turn into a peach.
Wait, people are saying
You
there's
need,
an
you need
echo.
vitamin D in your life. There's an echo. I noticed that when I was watching your stream, it sounded like your mic was popping a lot.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I've tried to troubleshoot that. I tried a different cord. I
I'll tell
tried.
you how to fix it.
You know how to fix it?
Yeah, yeah. You just uninstall your stream.
I hate you.
What's happening?
I just killed somebody. That's what's happening. Damn, what's wrong? What's wrong, bro? You weren't
What's
ready?
up, baby?
Oh, damn.
Oh, guys, a guy here.
Damn, that man just left the game. Couldn't take the pressure. I don't blame him, honestly. Kenny's so funny, guys. He's so funny.
Not only am I funny, but I'm also hilarious. They say. I need you. Where are you?
I'm coming to you.
I think our problem is we're never landing together.
There's a dude in my building, but you know what? I'm not even...
I'll come save you. I'll come save you. Very good.
Oh! Oh!
Are you alive?
Yeah, I'm alive.
I'm coming, bro.
I love you, Henis.
Yo, I
See
love...
you.
Hold on one second. I'm getting a
Shot.
I'm getting a donation right now, Kenny.
See ya.
Oh my god. You know, I heard the flesh hit there. I heard it.
You know what it sounded like?
It sounded like exactly like that. Exactly like that. But yo, Jeremiah, just dropping bombs out here. Jeremiah, I'm sorry I missed your donos, man. Thank you so much for the $20. Said Henis, I love you. Yo, I freaking love you too, bro. Thank you so much for the contribution. Thank you so much for the support. And then drops another 10.
Oh.
That's $30.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go buy myself a Gucci sweater now. Oh god.
Hey, you ready for the depression? YouTube's taking 30% of that.
Yep.
Oh, across.
Where?
You're dead. I miss. He's across a little bit.
That's a really solid call out.
He's 255. 255. There's like 10 people in that house. I'm going.
All right, let's do it.
There's a guy in this house.
I can't.
Miss.
Wait, they're in here? All right, I'm going in.
I'm ready. Right behind you. Locked and loaded.
What do you think?
They're here.
You think they're upstairs? I think they're upstairs.
Yeah, yeah, right here by me. Come.
Wait, I hear him. I hear him over here.
Come here, we're going up. Get against this wall. Ready?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, jump. We're going in, baby.
Gotta be upstairs.
Gotta
Gotta
be
be upstairs.
upstairs.
Yep. I hear him. Oh, there's a trap right there.
Trap.
Holy
Oh.
Jesus.
Hello? Oh, they're not here. On the roof?
They gotta be on the roof.
On the
Yep.
roof.
Yeah. What? Oh, they're right here. Oh god. What? I tried to build right there, and they just immediately destroyed it. Your merch is so comfortable. You're damn right it is. Henis, you didn't hit Ninja once.
That's what I watched the clip.
I'm going back. I'm going back to watch it. I don't believe.
Did you like go when he was already hit? I'm watching it right now.
I'm going to watch it. Why? What's happening? Why does it keep? Yeah, I definitely hit him.
Bro, if you would have just not built and just
Yeah,
shotgunned him
and then
like,
I
right around the wall,
right exactly.
he's-
Then I would have gotten him.
I mean, to be fair, this is some grade A building. No way!
Bro, it's like, wait a second. I know that name.
Hey, Henis,
Yo, what's up?
you want me to sing you a country song?
I do. I'm a
Are you
big
ready?
fan of country, actually. Big country fan.
Well, are you? I can't tell if you're baiting me or
I
not.
mean, no, not really.
I love country, so I was like, okay.
Oh,
cool.
okay.
Okay.
That tweet's already got 100 likes. Jesus. I'm gonna give that all that credit to you. That's your Twitter juice right
You're welcome. All right, I need everybody to go report Henis's last tweet. We
Wait
need
a
to get it
second.
removed.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Let
Why are we
Ninja
going tilted?
let Ninja follow me. Okay, fine. You decide where we're going. If you don't
Fine,
want to go
tilted,
to. Okay,
whatever. You
fine.
wanna go there? I'll go
Yeah,
there.
I'm
I
down.
don't care spending a whole game in one building. I'm excited.
We're gonna get
Favorite
the
experience.
we're gonna get that voice crack. We're gonna get the duos records right here. Henis just went through puberty. He's at an awkward age. Yeah. Sorry guys. Just went through puberty.
Same.
I just recently found out about the love.
Everybody, a little, you know, a little life lesson here. When you go through puberty, you get a cut on your tongue every single time.
Yep.
So, you know, enjoy.
That's just a fact.
Henis, where are you?
I'm landing at the building near the clock tower. Where are you going?
I'm like by 80 people.
Okay, well I'm really sorry to inform you, but I'm not near you right now. but I know exactly where a guy is.
I can't hear anything.
You just two bursted me?
Henis!
Kenny, he's trash.
Where's
He's
this?
absolute trash. He's crawling back downstairs.
Can we come kill him? Oh, you're dead. Alright, whatever. Let me just end this guy's life.
Are you double pumping? Dare tell me.
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, got another one? Above? What? Can I shoot through this? Hello?
There you go.
Oh, I love this game, dude. Watch this.
Damn.
Where the?
I want you to pickaxe him. Pickaxe him. I don't think he has anything. Damn.
I was gonna pickaxe him, but
Your outfit needs to be attracting bullets. Yeah, it's definitely my outfit. Definitely my outfit.
Oh, honestly, I agree. These ones are super bright. I need the experience here. There's one in this house.
Yo, Avery Putt, I'm glad you like it, man.
Where'd he go?
Upstairs. Okay. That's gotta be upstairs.
How far?
He wasn't even looking at you on my screen. Damn. Did he just double pump you?
Yeah.
Damn.
That's what people do in this game, dude. They think they're good. They're like, I love my double pump. Double pumps in my book is just an L7 wet weenie. And that's all I gotta say about that.
That's just messed up.
I agree, dude. I don't blame him though. You gotta abuse what you can. It's like P06 users in Black Ops 3. Ugh. Don't worry, chat. Those guys were cheating.
Yep. Change the skin? Oh, trap. Got to change the skin. Now we're gonna lose for sure.
I think I may know the solution to our problem.
What is it? Not going tilted?
Not going tilted tower.
All right. Does Kenny have a channel? No.
Nope. Sure don't, Fran.
Nah, he does. Doom TBNR Kenworth. Go drop us up.
Thinking about just changing my YouTube name to Kenworth. Dropping everything, just rocking the Kenworth.
Change it to the Red Knight. All right. You feeling salty, Spring?
I'm feeling salty.
If you read this message,
The
I'll donate.
problem with us and Tilted is we don't go to the same spot.
Yeah. If we go to the same building, then I think we'll be all right. You know?
Probably. And if we sit in that building for, say, 10 to 15 minutes, probably an easy win.
Probably.
Character model so big, taking up the whole screen. Yeah, when you're inside, it changes your FOV too. Your third person can only go so tall.
Wait,
A lot of people
what?
actually coming here.
Yeah, there is.
Did you notice that? Your FOV changes whenever you're inside.
Whenever you're inside, like inside a building?
Yes, sir. Got two over here.
Dude in my building. My house. I'm just gonna come to you. Because he's got a shotgun. Yeah, I'm just gonna
I
come
know
to you.
there's people across the street. Were you across the street from me or?
I was in the brick house
You go to
behind
that
you.
red brick.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm in the brick house
Oh,
behind
two guys over here.
Up on the roof.
No way I win this. Oh my god.
Trying to distract him.
Please.
Yeah, no, I'm coming.
Oh no, Henis, I'm 2 HP. Henis, I'm dead.
Is he right inside there?
Yeah, he's healing his buddy right in front of. Oh, this actually might work. Oh no.
I was part of the
He's
Dead
gonna open
Wire
up a door.
raid forever
No way,
ago
no way.
if you
2,
ever remember
1.
that.
Oh my god, Henis, get ready.
Got him.
Henis, there's more.
I'm stuck trying to reload.
I'm dropping down, I'm hiding.
Shoot another dude. There's another guy. There's another guy. Go in there. Go in there. Go in. Oh my god.
We should shut the door.
It's fine.
Shut the door.
Nah.
Shut the door. Shut the door. No, the door.
Bro, he would have opened it anyways, bro. Oh
It would
my
have bought you more
lord.
time. Oh my god.
God, dude.
Bro, okay, to be fair, they both had shotguns and I managed to almost down them both.
Oh,
After
man.
killing 2 guys that already fought.
That was way too stressful.
Oh my god.
There ought to be a law against that.
What was that? Are we getting stream sniped?
We're probably getting stream sniped. I mean, we're both
Good
so
lord,
popular,
guys.
you know?
Frig off, what is this, H1Z1?
Yo, so what do you think about the doc coming back? Did you watch?
The what?
Doctor Disrespect?
I thought you said the dot. I was like, what dot?
No, I said the doc.
Yeah, I watched a little bit.
Are you a fan?
Yeah. I mean, I think he's very entertaining, but I think the stream is very repetitive.
Mm-hmm. I kind of get that.
Yeah,
I kinda get that.
I think he's very entertaining.
You know who I think is probably one of the most entertaining streamers out there right now?
I absolutely know who you're talking about.
All right, guess then. Who am I talking about? Or was that a rhetorical statement?
It's gotta be
It's a Fortnite streamer on Twitch.
on Twitch.
Yeah.
Is it Hamlin's?
Nah, I don't even know who that is.
No, I don't know. He's pretty entertaining.
I was gonna say CD in the third.
Oh, of course, hands down. You guys are god. All right, Salty again. Let's go. Yeah, I love CD. I watch him and Summit, and
Yeah.
then occasionally Ninja. If I get super early in the morning, there's no one else on.
Right. Do you watch Myth at all?
No.
No. Daquan?
Nope.
Do you know who those people are?
I've heard of him. I know who Myth is. Like, I've heard of him.
Yeah.
I've never been to their streams though. Listen, I can only follow like a certain amount of people at a time. I have a law, so
Okay. Yep.
they didn't quite make the list.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah, those were stream snipers, dude. Like, there ain't no one here now. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Can't handle it. I've been getting sniped in every single game I play. Minecraft, League of Legends, Call of Duty, get sniped. I actually did get sniped in Black Ops 3 all the time. But that's a different story for another day. Bro,
You're
I
a
just
god
found
sniper,
every item
Kenny.
I need. What?
Bro, I don't have every item I need.
I'm ready to go.
Stop. I don't even want to hear it.
Who's getting no scope?
Actually, I'm ready to go.
Did no one really land here?
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Doesn't look like it. Yeah, nothing's open around here. What about Avery? Who's that? Never heard of her. You know who Avery is?
It's a guy.
No, I know.
Oh, I was like, oh. Never heard of her. Who's that chick, huh?
What are we talking about?
See, Twitch is coming out with some more rigorous terms of service, I guess.
Oh, I did not. I did not.
Yeah, we're about to be a Twitch or a cam girl free Twitch soon.
Oh, damn. I'm a big fan of cam girls. Big fan. That's where I... Can you not?
How much?
Can you
how much
not?
did you panic? How much did you
I mean,
panic?
I knew you were around me, so not that much.
Okay.
You know, I would have given you my chug jug, but
You have a jug? I haven't actually
yeah,
seen a chug jug in
literally,
like 50 years.
literally picked one up right after you shot me.
Well, now you can use it.
True.
That's what happens when you don't go tilted tower, guys. I mean, to be fair, like,
Sometimes you get wins.
there were like 5 teams back here last time.
True. Kenny, I need a sniper. Did you? Are
Alright,
you
I'll get
taking
you
all
one
of
of
them?
those chests.
Are you taking all of them?
Here, take this one.
Apparently, Twitch is rolling out a video setting for us to upload. I mean, they've had that for a while. Haven't they? Haven't they had like an upload thing? I just dropped my nades. You didn't actually have a sniper, did you?
No.
See, this is why I have trust issues, chat. Right here. That's it, right there.
What'd you drop?
My nades, just picked them up.
Boom, look at that. Boom, I'm best builder in Minecraft. And in this game.
Love you, Henis. I love you too, Avery Putt.
Avery, he's in your chat? What the heck?
Avery? Hello?
Who is she?
Never heard of her. Try to find a pump? Nah, man. Tactical all the way, brother. Kenny, when was the last time we got a win together? It's been too long.
When we were playing squads, we got a win. Me and you. We carried, remember? I uploaded it today, actually.
Oh,
let's go.
Damn, you know what? You're just gonna end up using all the
Hey,
sniper
you
ammo
still
by
owe
the
me
time.
$1, by the way.
That's true. I do. Oh, guy building right here. Yep, yep, yep.
He jumped! I swear, the timing in this game is impeccable.
It is. Worse
People
than
could be running in a straight line for
worse
5
than COD
minutes,
timing,
and
yeah.
As soon as you shoot, they turn.
Oh, something in my eye. Both inside.
Where are you? Oh, baby, here we go. Let's go through the window.
Last one's still inside, I think. I don't know where though.
He's out here. You get back here. Oh. I'm not gonna lie, this car placement is not the best.
Yeah. Little
We can move Grandpa's truck outside, maybe. Hey, GG, man.
GG's, man. Henis, your nuts are showing. Damn it. Again? Or when you messaged me that, I was like, wait a
Did
second.
your heart drop?
I was like, wait a second. That's not even possible. And I was like, wait a second. I did recently change my camera angle like a couple weeks ago, so I was like, what if my nuts are like hanging out? Oh god, right in front of me. God, Kenny, I am so happy to have you as a friend.
I'm happy to have you as a friend too, brother, man. Why is that guy playing solo? Dude, he was straight crouching up on you, bro. He's like Bruce Wayne in you.
Bruh, what is going on with my eye right now? Is my contact falling out?
That guy on top of that hill.
Chat, somebody zoom in on my face and figure out what the hell's going on with my eye. I can't figure out what.
Pink eye, dude.
I got pink eye. I'm probably dying.
Wait, no, don't say that.
Probably the cancer from all that GFuel I've been
I
drinking.
killed somebody with my trap.
No way. Where did you
Put a
place
trap
it?
down in salty, you just gotta kill for it.
Oh my god.
Always use your traps, baby.
No way.
Watch this one.
Yo,
that gets
watch
one too.
that one get a kill too. Too bad it doesn't tell you like which one it is.
I
That's
looked at my
funny.
screen, I was like, wow, that Illuminati has been there for a while. Get the angel skin? No, I'm getting the teddy bear one, dude.
Are you excited for the crossbow tomorrow?
Yeah.
Stop talking about your
all.
testicles. Sorry, chat. My bad.
My stream was already demonetized before I started, guys. Don't worry. I have nothing to lose here. I already checked. I like uploaded, changed my title. I was like, get him out of here. He's getting ready to stream. Demonetize him now.
Oh, one guy at Desert Depot? He's in the middle warehouse. Just came out of the middle warehouse.
Oh,
Did
my
you
God,
just?
that was so close.
Oh, you're still out there. He's in the he's in the warehouse closes now. I'm just gonna go up on the roof. I think it's only one guy.
Ba-da-ba. Okay, he's up on the roof.
Nope.
No, two. One on you. One's on that roof. Right now. Nice. Other guy might be building up through mid. I'm so far behind you. Please back up if you need. Don't die, my brother.
Don't worry, Kenny. Everything's under control.
Oh, communication went a long way one day.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Who knows?
My bad. I was in my concentration mode, you know. I was confident. I was feeling confident. That's me.
You need shield pots? I got them.
I got two. No, yeah, I got some.
You got any sniper ammo?
Yeah, I got 39.
I'm rocking 7 bullets. Can I have like 4?
Maybe if you ask nicely.
Hey, Dad, I'll dab on you for 4.
Oh, damn.
Thank you, pal.
You're welcome.
You want this first aid? Drop me your bandages?
Nah, I've got 86. I got a chug jug too. Next time I need to heal, I'll just use the chug jug.
What just happened?
I hear it drop and I don't see it. On the other side of the mountain? Oh no, they're all the way over there. My lord. 210.
I'll shotgun one.
Imagine it just glitched. Right.
Just keeps going.
And this is a boss. The music? What's wrong with the music, guys? See, Kenny, I'm using this 2 PC streaming setup. So
Oh, yeah. I heard about that.
yeah. It's this new thing. So
Yeah, I heard they're really good for nothing.
hey, now don't make me go up ramps. I don't want to go up.
What are you? What's your encoding at? Are you on like slow, medium?
No, I use the
Medium?
No, I use the graphics card encoder. Whoa. Do you even see where that came from?
Yeah, I hit him once. Northwest.
I hit him. Yeah, I hit him again. Oh, he went around the corner. He is scared. We gotta get
Wait,
to the
you
safe zone.
sniped him and I sniped him?
Yeah, I hit him shield. I only have a semi though.
Were there two?
I hit him for like 33, I think. No, there was only one guy.
The building on the side of the mountain.
Oh no, wait, another team. Three, yeah.
He walked through it.
Oh, headshot at him.
Nice.
I'm trying to destroy that tree. Jesus Christ.
They're dead. Yeah,
Nice,
dude, he
good
was
stuff.
minigutting me from there.
Alright, we only got 47 seconds, so we gotta move. Those guys might be on the mountain to our left here.
No, they died. See
Oh,
the
they
shit?
did?
Look at all the loot piles, yeah.
Oh, well, I thought the
killed
sniper went around the corner, didn't he?
No, he died right where the minigun is.
Oh, okay.
They died together.
Gotcha.
Wait, both- Oh, there's a bolt there for you, pal.
Hell yeah, there is.
Heck yeah.
Yo, I'm almost maxed on building materials, so if you need any, let me know. I'm literally maxed on wood. There's a chug jug over here, too.
Alright, I'll take that instead of my first aid. Dogs are having a
I got a campfire here,
battle
too.
with the wall.
Dude, walls are scary. How do you become a sponsor? Link in the description down below, man. So you say no to play. So I say no to play with you, and you get Kenny. I'm gonna go duo without you next with Kenny. Oh yeah, never mind.
Wow.
Damn,
Who said that?
that was billiard, bro. I asked him
Oh, dude, I
to
love
play.
billiard.
I asked him to play early. You know what's actually funny? You know how billiard met me? He was watching you stream Minecraft like 3 years ago,
Ooh.
and then you rated me, and that's how I met him.
Wow.
And he's like one of my
I'm a
good friends through
guy.
YouTube. Yeah.
Hey, I don't get myself enough credit. Guys, we're not at 2,000 likes already. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. 50th.
Love your videos. Make more zombies.
Oh, come on, Ian.
You are the best.
Yo, hold on, I think I missed it. Yeah, PJ, I missed your $1.50. Said, hey, Henis, big fan of your channel. Got some money, so I thought I'd donate. I was part of the
Were you
Dead
just watching
Wire.
my Minecraft stream? And I
Yeah,
rated you for
on
my
Twitch. Yeah, way
What is I
back.
doing?
Or maybe it wasn't a Minecraft stream. Yo, he's freaking out of my
Who's
chat
that
right now.
trying
He says he's crying.
Who?
Billiard.
Who's crying? Don't cry. We can play squads.
Damn, there's 12 people left. I'm feeling a W right now.
I'll choke it. Don't worry.
Okay. That makes me feel better.
I'm gonna wait till we get like really close. I'm like, kill me, guys. Henis wants to win. I'm out to be.
I'd be pretty mad. Not gonna lie.
Oh boy.
I'm salaried based upon how many Fortnite wins I get.
Really?
No. I wish.
Actually pretty good.
Actually, no, that wouldn't be a good thing because I don't win enough games.
Won, like, 3 a day.
I play a lot different, yeah.
And you just build a base every structure, dude. every,
One person down here, 105, down in Fatal Fields, 2 people. Oh, they're building. Oh, they're scared. They're a little nervous. I don't blame them.
I blame.
Oof.
Don't be scared. There is building up to this mountain. There's no one here.
I don't know where they went. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, there's somebody up there. 2 people up there. Oh, right over there to the south. Do you see him to the south?
Yeah, I just want to make a wall.
Yeah, they're behind the tree. I'm gonna do a little bit more scouting over here. I don't think they're gonna hit me. If they do, GG's. Probably the least of our worries at that point. More building to the 255 too. Long way out. Oh, they're sniping at the bridge too. Damn, too high. I don't think he even knows I shot him. Oh, just missed him. Yeah, he just built up. He just built up.
Oh! Wait,
I shit the.
did you get hit?
No. I hit the wood by
Did
accident.
I hit someone? Bro. 240. He was reviving.
Was he really? We gotta make sure we pay attention to these guys over here to 165 too.
Ooh.
We're in the middle of something. Ooh, 266, Kenny.
Oh!
No. Stop.
Well played. Headshot.
No way.
Let's go.
All right, now it's my turn. Now it's my turn.
Yeah, hit those guys. Those guys. Oh my gosh. I mean, one of the
it's
guys
too
was
high.
down, but the second shot was.
Damn, yo, can we get some pog champs in the chat, guys? I want to get this.
Some lasagna in the oven, chat. Bro, I'm about to shoot that base up for you. Ready? Go.
Oh, hit him again. Shields off. Oh, almost had him. Almost had him. Almost had him.
I tried, baby. Supply drop.
Yeah, over to the 240. This guy's got to move. Keep in mind too. This guy that's down on the bridge. He's got to be nervous.
Yeah, right? Like he's got to go somewhere.
Ooh, I thought that was it, man. I thought that was it, bruh. Nah, he just fell down. He's gonna be in the little ravine or something.
All right, all right.
Imagine, chat. Just imagine. Wait, is that you?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's you.
Oh no! I made a mistakes. Wait, can't you do this below? Oh, you have to be lower. Oh.
See that RPG coming in?
Yep. That guy just jump headed.
Yep.
Oh, my base. This is my favorite base.
Hit him once.
Knocked one. Ooh, that hurt.
Hit him again. He's really
Yo,
weak.
I'm popping a chug jug.
Okay.
So you're by yourself for a second.
You gotta make sure people don't come up
I
from
got
behind
5
us too.
seconds, though. Did you get the guy who was down?
No.
Oh, so he's getting revived.
Yeah, they're getting revived right now. Yeah.
I'm not sure how much AR you got. So.
I got 300.
Okay.
I shouldn't do that actually.
Gotta move a little bit soon.
Yeah. Just a wee little bit.
Dang, I wish we had grenades.
Yeah.
Like an RPG.
There's 8 more people left. I'm guessing
Yo,
that guy that
what
was.
if we kill lat people in this
I'm
game?
guessing that was a guy that guy down there moved. Yep, he's moving. He's moving over to 195 now.
Oh, he just moved. Darn it, man.
Darn. He's building up. Shoot, brothers. Shoot, brothers. Alright, we got 50 seconds, roughly. I'm gonna light up the guy right down here to the south. Oh, I'm getting sniped at by his teammate. Teammate's 195.
You're sniping the guy's stuff?
Yeah, and then his teammate's right down to the 195. You see him? I think I might be able to snipe him.
No, I'm not seeing him from my angle.
Hit him once. Oh baby. Oh, he's pushing. Oh no, he just he went behind. Yeah, he went behind.
I'm gonna no.
He's trying to no scope. That was a no scope he tried to do right there.
Really?
Yeah. They have to push more than we do. We should probably move, try to get to the new location right now.
I mean, we can like be in it right here.
Yeah. Oh, he might have to move from right there actually.
There's only these guys and one other team somewhere. Oh, I see him. The other team's southeast running towards us.
Southeast running towards us?
Yeah, they're pretty far away, but they're gonna be probably pushing this hill.
Okay.
Yo,
Hopefully.
shoot that one staircase. They're building drops. Can you snipe at him?
No, I don't see what staircase.
All we have to do is shoot the one staircase in the back. Can you see it from your angle?
No, I can't. Oh. He hit me, bro. I'm using a chug jug. He's pushing up. Yeah, this is all you.
I tagged a couple. We're probably gonna get pushed on their side.
Yep. I got 6 seconds.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Ooh.
Kind of want to push on here to the left and check out these guys.
Okay. Oh, shoot, yeah, we gotta push forward too.
Yeah, they were like right down here somewhere, dude. Like they were really close. Might be around these trees, just hiding, or
Yeah, right here. What the hell is that idiot doing?
was he just by himself?
He was literally just sitting there.
All right, these last two guys. Then.
I got an RPG now too.
Shoot, they got the zone, don't they?
I can't tell if they do. I'm just gonna start RPG.
Good stove. The RPG's missed, but I still love you. Knocked one. On
Nice.
the left.
I say we push. Nice, good stuff.
Let's go, baby.
GG's. How many kills do you have?
Hey,
7?
Henis, I wish we got
8?
victories together. I had 8.
I had 5. Woo!
Woo, baby.
Woo! Feel the power. Feel the power. Solid W. Solid W. Yo, Ivan also came in with
That's
a $1. Said I love your
W
videos.
right there.
Make more zombies. I'm sorry, man. I don't play zombies. I've never heard of that game before. What's up? What's up, Jake? What's up? Is GFX rock? Oh, I should have rocket ridden, but Kenny thinks I'm terrible at rocket riding. So
I think you're terrible trying to give like me the rocket and I ride because yeah.
well said. Well
That's
said.
just weird saying that.
Oh no. Can you believe Ninja hasn't followed me back? God, the level of ego. Oh man. Play with billiard? Yo,
Yo, you know the best part about that?
are you down to do some squats?
I'm down. Let's go.
Alright, let's
The best
do it.
part about that is I got that snipe in that game.
That's true. You got those two
go.
back to back. That's true.
Well, one of them was down. I mean, it was still a pretty far shot, and the second guy, ooh, it was like ding, and he dead. I was like, ooh, ah, can't handle it. Does he need Discord?
I think he has a link to your Discord. I'm not sure.
It's just discord.gg/tbnrkenworth. And then just tell him to join general and I'll drag him up.
Right.
Do we have one more? Or is it just the 3 of us?
Oh, Kenny's on. No, I don't really have anybody else.
Idiot.
I don't have anybody else. No, you don't have it, Billiard? Alright. God damn it, Billiard.
I wonder if Sam wants to play.
Who?
Want to play? You know Samito FPS? You might not know him. He was a Minecraft YouTuber, but he's really good at Overwatch.
Oh, okay.
Very good. Like, I think he
Oh,
was
he's in
top 25 at one point.
Billiards in general there.
All right, here we go. Pool table.
What's up, Landon?
Hello.
Hello there.
What's up, Derpy? What's up,
Taylor,
Cash?
do you have any friends? We need
No,
one
I
more.
do not.
Oh wait, I might have one. How you doing, Billiard? Nice
Good,
meeting
how are you?
friend.
Wait, this woman is so impressed at my driving that she got next to me just to show me she's not wearing a ring. Thanks, hun, but wrong finger. I could say that's relatable, but I don't really understand what you're saying.
Yeah, Spectre, if you want to play, dude, hop in. Invite.
Henis, can you play BO3 tower map again? You mean go to Tilted Towers? Yeah, we'll go to Tilted Towers. 100%, dude.
Stream resumed. What does that mean?
Probably means you were offline for a little bit.
Hello.
How
Hello.
did that happen? What's up, man?
What up?
What up, baby?
She
All
raised.
right. I sent you an invite, Spectre.
It means she raised
Okay,
her
let me
middle
just
finger
launch
to
the
the
game real
mob.
quick.
Ah.
No,
Game
Yeah, make sure you guys subscribe
Well, I
to the
was
channel
in
if
the
you're new.
SMP
Drop
server.
a like on the stream.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
he's
I
loud.
forgive you.
We're good, we're good. Yo, drop a like in the stream if you guys haven't done so already.
Yo,
Really close to
ProHenis
1,000
chat,
likes you guys are lit.
spam, you owe Kenny $1, please.
Oh, hold on. Hold on 1 second, chat. Everybody stand by.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Hold on 1 second.
Guys, I'm about to be $1 richer.
What's your name again?
What was that dollar for anyway? I don't even remember.
I said you wouldn't hit a snipe. I said if you hit it, I'd give you $1. And then you actually hit the
Oh,
snipe.
that's right.
Or if you killed a
I thought
guy.
it was $100,000.
Yeah. Nah, I'm pretty sure it was just $1. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah,
here.
have you uploaded your apartment tour yet?
No,
Or
I'm
setup video,
I'm
whatever?
slacking.
Dude, can you get that done tomorrow so I wake up and can watch it, please?
Dude, I'm literally like.
I've been waiting for it for like a week.
Sorry, dude.
That's fine, bruh.
Yo, Jeremy with a $20 dono says, "Sup, man? Yo, what's up, brother? Appreciate the dono, man. You're an absolute legend. All right, guys, I'm donating to Kenny right now. All right, let's listen for his reaction. Listen for his reaction. Baby,
Hey,
when the wind sweep you off your feet.
PR Penis, thank you for the $1 super chat.
What?
Wait, what?
It's like
Is that a guy's name in your chat?
an H. Yeah.
It's like
some
penis.
weird
It's
guy
like
just
penis
did
with
it.
an H. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
I think they're
Freaking
making.
weird, Wait, what?
Damn.
Thank you.
Wasn't he on Optic?
No, I don't think he was.
Oh,
that good,
no.
honestly.
We're going. Let's go Tilted Towers. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, we're dead.
Oh. Oh, nah. Billiard's okay at this game. He says he's better than me, but he's really not. Billiard, did you see my fight against Ninja?
Yeah, I saw you got destroyed.
I didn't get to. Okay, it was a good fight. Did you? Ninja at the very end said not bad.
Yeah,
He said that was not bad.
He said not bad.
He said no. He gave me props. He was like you should have seen his face. He was like, that's not bad. Like he did not think the fight was gonna be that good.
Did he say you were not that bad, or did he say that he didn't do that bad?
No, he was talking about me, like the way I played.
Or was he talking about the fight?
I think it's talking about the fight.
I feel
No!
Damn. As much as I would love to come help everybody, I have 10 HP. So
Guys, we really need to start landing together in a collective, unified form.
Asian?
Yes, exactly. Well, Henis is dead.
honestly, dude, I don't even want to hear it. You ready for this? Next guy I find, he's dead.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Ready for this? Ready for this?
Oh yeah, jump down. Boom. Oh, wait, are you in my building? There's a girl bomber. She just want to kill me. Look at him go. You just knocked out big old doinks.
No!
Henis.
I
It's the same
downed.
person who killed me.
I downed all 3 of them.
Let's not do that again. I hate Tilted.
Alright.
Well, not really. Not yet. It's my first game. Not yet.
You were going off, dude.
Yeah,
bro. I was gonna watch, dude.
What's up, Outcast? What's up? Yo, Legend of AK. What's up, brother?
So,
What's up, my man?
Someone super chatted and said, "Can he go motel beside Anarchy?" There's a motel by Anarchy.
Yeah, there is.
Possible 7 chests.
Yo. Oh, there's 7 chests?
I said we go retail.
I'm down to go retail.
Tilted, but not.
Yo,
Bad.
Mr.
You know
Hattrick,
what I
thank you so
mean?
much for the $2 dono, man. I really appreciate
There's
that. Let's get that.
open
Let's get some
area.
hat spam in the chat. Thank you so much, brother.
It's just a great place to live.
Yo, Kenny.
Raise a family. Yeah, Dad.
Do you play? Do you order from Domino's a lot?
Nope.
No. Are you a fan of Domino's?
Never would. Nope.
Why not?
He's
Pizza
Jimmy
tastes like
John's
cardboard.
Jimmy John's.
No. Papa,
So
Papa bless.
I've had Domino's before. I ordered from them for the very first time yesterday though. I had never ordered my own Domino's. So I ordered yesterday because I wanted some food. They messed up my order, right? So I ordered a pizza, some wings, and some cheesy bread. They didn't deliver the wings. Okay? So I'm a little pissed.
Watch out there.
I called the guys that delivered it, and they were like, yeah, no, there was no wings with your order. So I had to call the store. The store then said, all right, apologize for the confusion. We'll send some more wings to your apartment, all right? I get the wings. They didn't put ranch with my wings. They gave me blue cheese. Can you believe? Can you believe?
Yeah, I can, dude, because it's called Domino's.
The nerve. The nerve.
No, so
Dad
actually
for
at
10
work,
bucks.
there's this guy that's not, you know, 100%,
That's for you, man.
you know, he's not all up there. So we're all saying, you know, the pizza tastes like cardboard, and somebody decided to play a prank on him and actually give him a cardboard with some cheese on it. And he actually dared to say that it actually tastes pretty good. Eating cardboard. Cheese.
Didn't get any of that.
You didn't get any of that. We made a guy eat cardboard.
Did he enjoy it? At least?
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Yo, Kenny, do you need a gun?
No, I got one. I'm gonna see that trap place down. Oh, I know you're coming out.
Who's she?
About that.
And it's 4:30 a.m. I stay up every
Here,
night
come
to
this way.
watch you, bro.
Hold on one second, man. I'll acknowledge these donations in just a second.
Henry.
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
I have a present for you.
Oh, where are you?
It's in bathroom.
Oh, nope.
That's definitely a trap. Ooh. Thank you.
I think I trap you?
Damn, they had the audacity to give you blue cheese, no ranch, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Bro, where are you guys?
Look, what kind of animalistic society do we live in where somebody thinks it's okay to have blue cheese with...
The fact that blue cheese even exists.
Right. Like, blue cheese is just kind of like a wannabe ranch. It's like the dude who wishes he invented ranch was like, let me try to make something similar, right? And then he just...
I got some blue cheese.
And he just squirted some blue cheese.
Knocked a guy, second story.
Guy over 285 in the garage.
I don't have an AR. I need help. Oh, yeah. I need help.
I'm down. Right there, Henis.
We're high octane full senders out here.
Yo, full send, dude.
Full send.
I'm dead.
Where are you guys?
Thank you.
Don't let him die, Billiard.
Try.
He's gonna let me die. He let me die.
Oh no.
Well, I finished off his teammate.
Boy, oh boy.
I don't have any more.
It might be.
Oh,
just
you gotta be
those
kidding me.
two.
I made the jump. I don't know how.
Where are they?
Bro, I don't know how I missed that jump.
I think inside the grocery store.
Yeah.
Roger that. Over and out. On my way. Delta squad.
Nom noms.
Jeez.
Oh, I forgot I had it. Bro, I honestly forgot I had a pump instead of attack. Or attack instead of a pump.
What's up, man?
What's up, guys?
Oh my god.
Hey.
Yo, you gotta make it.
Shark him. Shark him.
Oh no.
I've only got
Hey,
9
that's what I
HP.
have. Hey, I also have shark.
What? Let's go.
Damn.
Shark squad.
We're balling out here. It's like we planned this.
Balling. Every day I'm balling.
Alright, yo, anybody got any heals for me? You know, just since I just saved the day.
Nah.
Yeah, I do.
You do? Kenny,
Yes, sir.
I love you.
I'm right here.
Oh, you're over
They
here.
ran away from me.
I thought you were in the other building. Hi.
Hi.
You're not gonna drop any, are you?
Yeah,
Kenny!
boy. I dropped them already. They're back there.
Where?
Please.
Where?
What are you doing?
Bro,
You
they're...
literally ran past them.
Oh my god, you put them in the corner behind the door. Kenny,
Did I?
we need to talk about your loot placement, alright?
Bro, I just put them down. I didn't know what was going on.
Kenny, there's building to your
snipe me
there's
from?
building to your right, 210. Looks like they're building a
Yeah.
long platform sticking out up in the
Getting
sky.
Shot from the left.
You see that, Kenny?
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to miss if you just kind of look.
Yeah, I don't have any building. Oh, he died.
Oh, he just got knocked. Hey, look, free loot.
All right,
Grenade on his body. Hello.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, I was like, Marty Don. What the? someone?
No, totally not.
Oh, guy right there.
Where is he?
He's gonna be running up on. Am I right? There he is.
Nice try, nerd! See ya! Wouldn't wanna be Yo, he went for that final limb so fast.
Yeah.
Feels bad for him, man. Didn't you kill that other guy?
Oh, damn. Yo, thanks for the sniper, bruh. Yo, it's lit out here. I need that. Low key.
Loot everywhere.
Yo, who's got some sniper ammo? Because I only got one shot.
Here.
How about that? Actually, you know what?
I said, see that, Kenny? It's kind of hard to miss. What are you trying to say, dude? Nah, man. I'm just saying. Bro, they literally built a platform out in the middle of the air. You can't miss it. I'm like, yeah, there's a platform being built in the middle of the sky. Kenny's like, I think I'm getting shot from the left.
I was getting sniped at, you loser! Stop triggering me.
Why did I shoot right there? I don't know.
The same, yeah.
Sorry.
Are you guys getting shot at?
Sorry if that scared anybody. My bad.
Yeah, it scared me.
Kenny, honestly, I think this game's just too high octane for me, and I get triggered, and I take out my anger in ways that
we need to go
it's just
safe
not
zone.
fair.
I'm so happy that we're all the way over here. When we could have went tilted, and you guys all picked respawn.
Oh
and now look
my
at it.
God! You did not just say that. You did not just say that.
Hey, that's a pretty nice zone. Oh no.
I mean, we went tilted and you died first.
Yeah, but I also knocked 2 guys, okay?
Damn.
And, well, they got revived.
Yeah.
And then I knocked him again.
Henis knocked him again. And died to the same person.
That's why they were.
It's
That's why
a
they're.
circle of
I thought I was a god, and I was like, that's why they're so easy to knock. They must all had like 30 HP. They all,
Pumping them
they all,
point blank.
they all took a one.
Oh,
They all took a one pump from like 20 feet away.
This is why we need mopeds. I could be driving on a moped right now past a storm.
Honestly, I never want to hear you say that ever again.
Bro, you know it would be such a sick idea.
It
Can you
wouldn't.
imagine
It
some
wouldn't.
moped running
No.
up a hill and you snipe the driver?
Stop. This is not PUBG. No, I cannot subscribe to how that'd be. No, I don't think that'd be a good idea.
You are so. You're
Honestly,
such a
you're
Henis,
such
honestly.
an old lady. You're such an old lady. There's
hope they got
a
freaking
guy
bandages,
there's a
bro.
guy over in Salty Spring too, running past the house
You
we
guys got
live
any extra
outside of Salty.
bandages? I'm gonna die.
Nah,
have 2 bins.
I got
Can you
none.
drop them?
Yeah.
Thanks, Dad.
Nope.
I just took all my bandages. Blame me for not dropping.
Damn.
I took them again.
That's just messed
A lot
up.
of people here.
Henis!
What?
No! What are you doing?
What happened?
I need those bandages. I have no health. Henis, you better drop those darn bandages, young man.
Oh no 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 no.
Billy, do you need some bandages?
Yeah.
That's not what I wanted.
Damn, how did that happen? There should be, guys. There's gonna be a guy behind us too. There should be a guy behind us.
He's so.
What are we shooting?
Over there. North. Not those bandages.
I'm pushing up on him, Billiard.
Wait, how's his base not dead?
I don't know.
He's like, oh, it's connected.
Billiard. Are you
what's
shooting
up,
anymore,
man?
man?
No.
He ran away. He ran.
I mean, knock. Hey, you knocked him. Oh,
Does this guy
Everybody's
not have
dead,
any
let's
heals? Oh God! Come on, man. Come on,
Hit the
man.
tree?
no. They knocked you.
He's so weak back there, man. He's so weak. Oh, he's so weak, dude. I'm just rush up. Just rush up. Just rush up.
2 HP.
Ah! Knocked one.
You gotta be kidding me. I don't even want to hear that, bro. How did that?
You don't need that.
The hell am I even trying to take? Did you just take that make it? Oh my God, you did not just
No,
do
no,
that to
I
me.
didn't see one.
Yes, you
Here,
did.
take it.
You just took that med kit.
I threw it back out.
Oh my god.
I'm just giving away all my healing every day. Takes all my bandages. Takes my med kits. It's
Henis,
ridiculous.
Henis is
honestly.
bad. Italian Turtle. I would literally unmod you, bro. Like this isn't even.
Yeah, I saw that. Henis.
All right. You know what? I've already embarrassed myself in front of 600 people. I don't need more people yelling at me.
Bro, but where are the bandages?
I have 2.
With Henis right
Can I
now.
have some? Henis took all my stuff.
Bro, I have literally 1 med kit. That is it. I actually don't have anything else.
Bro, remember those 18 bandages I gave you?
Bro, you can't even hold 18 bandages on your character in one
I
slot.
have 2 slots.
Billiard, I don't want to hear you
Yeah,
and your
he's not
wise
wrong.
remarks, okay? By the way, speaking of which, does anybody have any
Bandages down
RPG
here.
ammo? Any RPG ammo?
Wait, what is
Anybody?
Oh, there's so much stuff
I have
down here.
6, yeah. Here.
Also, I could use some sniper ammo since I've only got 2 shots, you know?
Oh, you know what? I have 48. How do you feel about that?
48 RPG or sniper? Oh, I was about to love you.
Bro, if,
Oh
I
my
have 40, if I have 48 RP, oh,
I have some sniper ammo I can drop.
I'd be like, damn. Yo, how many kills we all got? Okay. Okay, Kenny, I see you with 6 kills.
What's up? What's up? Where you
I
guys?
s-
Oh,
I see you. I see you.
I see.
I got
Ah, I'm gonna use that tree for cover.
My bad, dude. Here, you can use this one right here.
Alright. Looking for headshots. Who's dying? Oh, people
There was
building,
definitely a guy behind us. I don't know where he was
where
though
is
in
he?
the storm.
I thought players didn't have a view distance thing.
No, they don't.
I saw the building, but I didn't see the player. He's just running up some invisible walls are being built. Oh wait, no, visible. Okay.
Oh,
I'm
that's a tower.
I love Henis. He knows that I just roast him with love. It's true. I'm watching
I
you
see
while
him in there
doing
now.
your. Oh, you're watching me while doing your homework? Damn. Yo, same actually. I'm doing my homework right now. Yo, that's a
there you are, dude.
base. Oh, yeah, 6 shot, Kenny.
Big base.
Kenny, what's your plan here? What's your plan?
Headshot him. Hit him in the head.
Holy crap, are we getting
I'm
late?
getting sniped from the side.
Where? What direction?
Left. 210.
Oh, I see.
Somebody just got hit.
Like 210. What, 2?
I
Bro, I can't see
legit.
anything. It's darker.
Bro,
than
I don't see
freaking
anything. Is he by the tree right there? Or is that
By
him?
the big thick tree, I think.
Oh, wait.
Wait, huh?
It's swamp tree.
Oh, okay. You sure? I
He
don't
wasn't the
actually.
bush.
I don't have any more AR ammo. Like literally, I'm dry.
Here, take mine. Mine as well. I took everything else of mine. Fine, I'm bringing
Okay.
it back.
You know, honestly, I'm not appreciating the sass right now.
So,
Him back.
yeah, guys.
Remember me.
What's up?
I've
You wanna get a
been busy with
different
school
non?
trying to make good grades and
position here?
grad colleges soon. But killism.
You guys liking our
Wait,
position?
we can go across the too.
Wanna go across the lake?
No, like this way. Like,
Yo, let's go to those guys'
All
tower
right.
and.
I'm following Billiard.
This is the end of my life, guys.
Henis, you're too good for Fortnite. That's true. I think that's honestly my biggest problem. All right, no scope into the void. Now.
oh, they're actually on the coastline, west.
Oh yeah. Oh, that build wasn't there. Would have had him. Yo, Bianca. Or Melon Plays also
Beyonce.
came in with $1.11. Says play zombies. Who's he? At 4:30 a.m. I stay every night to watch it. Yo, thank you, Melon. I seriously do appreciate that. Thank you so much for the
Baby.
support. Let's get some Melon hype in the chat. Melon, thank you so much for the love.
Down over here.
And Bianca with the 20 says, I'm back. Remember me? Of course I
I'll
remember
show
you.
him
Been
who's
busy with school
boss.
trying to make good grades and crap because college is
Wait,
soon.
really
But I
that
love you
far
so much.
away?
Yo,
Oh.
Bianca, thank you so much for the support. I seriously appreciate that.
Mansion?
Yo, let's get some Bianca hype in the chat. That ain't a mansion, Billy. We've been over this.
Bro, it's a, don't talk to me.
Ski, ski. Ski, ski. Dab. Skirt.
Everyone has shield right now.
Oh, it's one tap.
What?
The 5-man kill feed.
Oh, damn.
I'm
love
feeling
how,
good.
No,
Any
yep.
damage?
Shots over here, 255. 255 gunfight.
I got you some rockets, pal.
My right.
Oh, shoot.
On tree.
god, you gotta be kidding me. Bro, I can't with that kid. I
He wasn't
can't.
alone.
Coming out store, coming out store. Got one.
One more. Got him.
Nice. Good stuff, boys.
All right, give me. I need that med kit. Kenny.
What? Oh, I have. Do you guys need any like shield pods? I have so much stuff. What do you guys need?
Right.
I should heal up right now.
Oh, nice. What? What's happening?
I'm all right. I'm safe.
Is there any more people here?
Oh wait, on me. Got him.
Oh, someone right down.
I thought that was a death. Yo, rocket. Easy.
I have so many rockets.
Yo, who
ProHenis.
who wants to rocket ride? Where you rocket ride me to? Oh,
Probably mid. Like inside the.
Billy, do you need
house.
shield pods?
Yeah.
yo, who wants? Oh, I need more AR ammo. I've legit only got
There you go.
12 bullets, and I've only got a green
There's
AR.
400.
Does anybody have anything better than a green AR? Oh, you just shot me 4. Okay, so that's where all the bullets went. Okay.
Wait, let me check down here. Might be-
All right, as soon as we figure out where these guys are, somebody's getting rocket ridden. 100% it's happening.
Definitely in mid building.
Somebody's definitely getting rocket ridden. One health in a dream. All right,
Start RPG in the thing.
Billiard.
Oh, guys, I have a campfire up here.
Get right up on here. Billiard, I'm about to send you into
Oh, you're about to send
into
me?
the void.
Full send.
All right. Yeah, get right there. You ready?
Yep.
What? It works for him?
He knows how to do it.
Oh, he's dead
Yo,
now.
you're gonna die.
He's dead now.
We gotta go for him. Oh no, he survived.
boys.
Dang, you're a god. Yo, I should have sent you with a med kit. My bad.
Bro, you should have sent me on top of the what's it called? Drop.
Wait, there's only 2 guys up.
Oh, true. Yo, I got 5
That
traps.
would've been
You guys
so
want?
sick.
Does anybody have a? Oh, here. Let's see if we get a boogie bomb out of this trap.
Are you below?
Billiard, they might be to your left. In our base.
I'm getting shot at.
That's
I'm being
true.
shot at right now.
Where did that slurp juice go?
Are they inside?
Oh, no, they're not there.
Then they're in
They're
Blue
definitely.
Lake. Oh, who just shot?
Wait, like northeast maybe?
Look, we're just covering Loot Lake.
Honestly. Oh yeah, northeast. Oh, and then 115.
Northeast and 15.
Yeah.
I'm gonna open up this chest real quick. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Honestly. All right, I'm not helping you guys at all right now, so you guys just sit tight, all right?
Got a headshot. Oh,
This guy is really low.
All right, don't worry, guys. Here comes Daddy.
enter zone, enter zone.
360. That's gonna fade.
GG's, ladies and gentlemen. Yo, drop a like on the stream if you guys are new. Subscribe if you haven't done so already.
Oh,
We're
tell
lit.
him.
We're
Tell
lit.
him. Keep going.
We're lit. Turn on notifications. Leave a comment.
Follow us on Twitter.
Share the
Oh.
video. Add me on Snapchat. Follow my Instagram.
Oh.
Like my Facebook page. Sponsored.
Baby. Sponsor?
Sponsor.
Join Kenny's Discord.
Whew. All right. It's good teamwork all around. I spent the last part of the game looting, but that's all right.
Yeah, I spent 90% of the game watching, judging.
What'd you think?
I'm
Who's
really
who's the
Henis.
best player? All right, there is a correct answer to this question, by the way.
What's up,
Well,
stream? How
Kenny
you guys
definitely
doing?
stole like 70% of your kills, Henis.
I think that's fair. Kenny, did you hear that?
What he means by stole is he didn't know that you were gonna die like I knew. So it's more like saved your life 70%.
Okay,
But
okay,
the
okay,
best
okay.
part was Henis was chasing a guy and he just runs into Kenny and Kenny one taps him, then jumps down and gets the rest.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
That was in
what
the.
you gotta do to save your
That's
teammates.
true. That's true.
Bro, they're in the garage just drinking pots. Pop down like Bruce Wayne. What's up, boys?
We can't hear him. You guys can definitely hear Kenny.
Check
Don't lie to me.
Streamlabs. Uh-oh.
Don't lie to me.
Scared.
And before Kenny got a $300 donation.
And before my Streamlabs is hooked up to Twitch, so if I have to log into YouTube, I have to do 2-factor.
Yo, what's up, Electric Shock? How you doing, man?
Oh no, it is on Twitch. Gotta go.
What happened? You in trouble? You seriously? Oh, you muted. All right, we're all gonna go Tilted Towers.
Let's not. If I could survive.
Okay. We'll go. Yo, no way.
Welcome to the salty spittoon.
Ronnie. Ronnie, you didn't actually have to sponsor the channel, man, but I appreciate the support. Let's get some Ronnie hype. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
Just got a $4,000 donation.
No way. No, how much did you actually get donated? Retiring off of $4,000.
Moving out.
Salty Spring?
Are you serious?
No,
Yeah.
5,000.
That was $4,500.
5 million.
We can't hear anyone? You guys are lying.
They're lying.
Kenny, say something. Tell my chat to do something. Type something in the chat.
Type banana.
All right. You guys heard what Kenny said. So you're telling me that out of 500 people, not one person's going to type what Kenny just said. We'll see if it happens. And before they actually can't hear you.
They would have said it a lot sooner.
Yeah.
We got company.
Got the trolls. All right, Billboard, I'm here with you. I'm just going to go first floor. All right.
Kenny, on top of your house, on top of your house.
Yep.
Don't worry, Billy already got some wood. All right, everybody's saying banana, so they all heard it.
Grenades everywhere. Guys, there's like a whole team by me.
I'm about to come.
Help?
Yo, guys, you weren't supposed to say chicken nuggets or oranges. He said bananas,
I got
chat.
a green AR.
Jesus. Where are you, Kenny? I'm right here with you, right behind you.
There's a guy. He's crossing right now. Knocked. There's another one in this blue house by Billiard.
Yep. One of them.
Hello?
Wow, my aim.
Bruh.
My aim, bro. Yikes. Oh, nice.
They all died.
Oh, yeah, you can take that 100%.
Think so.
I already had it. No, I already had one. I already had a blue AR.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
figured that out.
I was just going to pick it up and drop the regular one that I had.
Well, that's a GG, boys. Well played.
Bro, what is this building lag, man?
Are you good?
Hey, you want a bush?
No, I'm good. I'm gonna pass on the old bush.
Damn.
Man, somebody looted this?
I need some heals. Oh, God!
Somebody already looted this.
Which house broken?
Yeah.
Yeah, me.
I got a green arrow.
Just trying to find an. I can take the green AR if I don't find one here.
Did you call me, Henis? Yes, Banana Man, I did. Well, Kenny called you, actually.
Guys, not banana on my chat. Oh, come on. Just like casually look over, it's just like banana.
Banana.
Shark squad.
Man, that's too funny. Anybody have any heals?
Not yet.
I got band-aids.
Ooh. Have some band-aids? I got a couple boo-boos.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Oh!
That's all of them.
Oh, beautiful. I'll take them off your hands.
Don't do to me like you did to Kenny, please.
What? What did I do to Kenny?
Oh, where he steals all your stuff?
Oh my
Well,
god. All the
I'm
stuff
mistaken
that I
you
didn't
gave me
have.
all
All the stuff that I didn't have. Yeah. Understood.
Yeah,
Understood.
nothing
Understood.
around here. Ooh, a slurper. Hello, my friend.
Oh, yeah, actually, I'll take that. I'll take that. 'Cause I don't have full health.
Okay.
If you don't mind. If you're feeling generous,
mind.
you know.
I'm a team player.
I went to church on Sunday, so you know I'm feeling generous.
I need to start going to church again, dude. Makes me feel better, honestly.
Do you have
Like
this?
a happier person.
Do you have the slurp juice on you? Or is
Yes,
it in
sir.
the house? Beautiful.
I deliver. Amazon
Damn.
now. There you go.
Can you believe Uber Eats isn't in my area?
I don't have it either. I don't have any of that stuff. We barely have like cabs.
Bro, sometimes my toilet doesn't work and I have to go pee and poop outside. We don't have running water.
I don't even have a house.
And I'm from Maine, so I have to like ride my moose to like the town square to like send mail and stuff.
You have mail? Wow.
Yeah.
You're really with it.
I'm new to the squad.
We're
I'm
so
new to the
funny.
squad, so I'll donate $2 every stream.
Damn. All right, Jaden.
I think we're getting mail next year. I'm looking forward to it.
Sheesh. Bro, it's actually really nice. Like you can communicate with other people from different like provinces and stuff.
Yeah, do you guys have those pen pals? heard those are like the up and coming.
Pen pals?
Yeah.
No, I haven't heard of those. What's that?
It's like where you write to someone in the post
In the post?
overseas. Yeah, in the
Overseas,
post, in the
huh?
post
No, not aware of that.
Anyone need?
Is that similar to a telegram, or like how does that work?
Henis, do not take those mini shields.
Take what mini shields? Kenny, I'm actually a little bit insulted that you assumed that I'd be taking all your stuff.
Well, I mean, I gave you a slurp and you proceeded to drink a full shield instead of giving it to me. So I mean.
Well, I found the full shield afterwards.
Well, I mean, I didn't have any shield at that point.
Purple semi over here if somebody wants it.
That's fine though. Honestly, I understand.
Purple semi? I'll come take that. Oh no, it's called PayPal? Oh, okay. It's an Elon Musk thing. Gotcha.
Oh, I love Musk.
I'm a big fan of Musk. I would buy some Musk merch.
I need to buy the Boring Company hat.
Yeah, I do too.
What
Yo,
about a flamethrower?
oh, right up there. Gotcha.
Yep.
A little out of my budget.
Ooh.
$50 million for a flamethrower.
Do you guys see people?
I don't see anybody, man.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Cody? This is Friendship Goals. Kenny and I, honestly, we're probably gonna grow old together.
I'd rather die.
You'll come. You'll tune in.
Answer is that.
You'll tune into our stream 40 years from now, and we'll still be complaining to each other about the same stuff.
Stupid game.
Eh.
Tilted Towers.
This stupid game. Still haven't won a game. I'll still be stealing Kenny's loot.
I'll take it.
And
Don't give it to
How high
Pro.
do you respect women?
Penis.
hold on. Jaden donates $2 and says, I'm new to the squad, so I'll donate $2 every stream. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Then donates to 5 and says, how high do you respect women? It's a good question.
How? As tall as they go.
I'm a.
Here you go.
I love how you actually just cracked yourself up with that joke. Oh God. I respect all the women in the world. All the women.
Yo, did you see Mr. Beast's video?
Yeah.
I'm donating because I respect women.
Because I respect
so much.
women.
I over respect. It's funny, dude.
I sit here and I wait for my day when I'll get a $30,000 donation from Mr. Beast.
It's gonna be like bows as ammo. Yeah, unlimited.
Yeah.
No, I'm not joking.
Wait, what?
The bows are unlimited ammo. Like the arrows.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why I said the bows.
Wait, I was gonna say like, how did we? I was just confused why you went from that to Mr. Beast.
Message. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Billy Bob Thornton asks, "Why is Henis so bad?" Well, Billy Bob Thornton, bad Santa.
Damn. First of all,
Glad you asked.
your name's stupid. It's a stupid name. Billy Bob.
Billy
Thornton.
Bob. Oh. I gotta give my kid like a clever name.
Dude, Jaden, what are you doing to me,
Thank
man?
you, because that's nice.
Yo, Jaden.
People building across the lake.
Jaden donated $20. Yeah, I got one.
Yep.
Nope.
Where you looking? Where you
$20
looking?
million.
All right, Kenny, you
Can I
donate
want
$2 to me if I kill this guy with a semi-auto. All right, actually no. If it's a semi-auto and I kill him from this distance, I want at least like $20.
Bro, that's literally the easiest shot ever.
$20. Ready? This guy moving right here. You ready? Okay, I missed it. Never mind. You don't owe me anything. Congratulations. I just saved you $20.
Is shooting.
You're welcome.
There's another guy up there.
There's a tear in my beer, and I'll think for you, dear.
Yo, Jaden, thank you so much for the 20, man. He says thank you because that's nice. Dude, always, man. If I tell you I respect women, do you donate more money?
Hit him for 105. 105.
Behind you.
Good lord, we're getting shot from everywhere.
I'm flanking.
Sniper, Henis.
Where are they? I don't even see where they're. Oh, they're right
Building,
there.
he's building.
If you could
Happened
pick a
twice.
perfect girl, what would it be?
God, why am I getting asked all these perfect questions? All these questions.
Yo, keep on shooting.
Oh God, Kenny.
I'm getting hit. Did we kill him? I'm at a.
Billiard, push up. Billiard, push up. Billiard, push up. Billiard, push up.
I'm out of ammo. The time is now.
I just got my kill robbed so hard that wasn't even
Actually,
fun.
again, I saved your life.
Nice.
Getting shot at from behind.
I just want to point out if you guys happen to get any SMG ammo, I'll take it. I got an LMG.
I have
That's all.
200.
All right. I mean, if you're not using it, I'll take it.
I just shot
Base
48
being
back
built
here.
behind
Shot
us.
48.
255.
Roger that. Over and out. Delta squad.
I'll acknowledge these donations
Yeah.
in a second, guys. Give me a second. Let me kill some more scrubs here first.
Is it really close, Spectre? Or
Huh?
is it close or?
How do I donate? Link
No,
in the
it's
description,
across
man.
the lake.
Oh, okay.
What's your...
That's a nice base.
Oh, damn.
There's a
Hit him, knocked him, knocked him.
Nice.
Damn. 233. Billiard, are you just going? Or like, what's the plan here,
Yeah,
brother?
bro.
All right, man.
Sending it.
All right, full sender. I respect that. Yo, Kenny, you just keep those shots coming, all right, bud?
Yeah,
I hit one twice.
One's running up to him on the left. Actually, it's probably another team.
Oh, this is way too high octane for me.
No.
Guys, I only got 40 bullets left. Hurry.
Billiard, you better be up there. Billiard's up there.
alright,
Billiard's good.
There. Okay. I'm pretty close. Yep.
Knocked
Oh,
him.
dead. Didn't even know.
Nice.
Another team, though. Another team.
Another
yeah,
team is
yeah,
building.
another-
all the way
another
to
team from
40.
Tilted Towers.
Yeah,
Yep, yep. Wait, what the hell just happened?
I got him.
I just ran. Kenny, you didn't see that at all. That didn't happen.
Saw, dude.
RPG!
Don't worry, Billiard, I'm here. Damn, that's a lot of
You're
loot.
not.
Yeah, you guys got any SMG?
Literally right-
Just went through all that like 300.
400, but I have enough to.
Ah, oh my god, dude. What is going on here?
I'm just over here looting casually while we're getting shot at.
I'm gonna be honest. I mean,
Yeah, we're just barely in the safe zone too, so everybody
yeah,
just be.
there's another. There's a
be
guy
wary
in
of
this
that.
little crevice up here.
Oh, wait! Bro, I just got a headshot with the golds.
There's another team.
Got one! I got him!
Yes,
Yeah.
nice job, dude.
Bro,
I need sniper ammo.
Bro,
I
there's
literally-
so much stuff there. There's so much
Bro,
stuff. It's
that-
like Christmas. Oh my god.
here,
I
just
love
let me come in and take it all, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh god!
Papa,
everywhere.
There's another teammate. Oh,
no, okay.
knocked him down. Knocked him down.
Above the, on the mountain.
Really? Yeah, you got me.
Why is that rock
Henis,
there,
it's
dude?
up to you. It's up to you.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Oh, build the wall. Thank you, dude. You got this.
Where is he?
Rock. Why can't you build through boulders? Two on the mountain.
Two of them.
Yep. Also, there's a down guy to your left.
Yeah, I'm
Right next. Oh, right there.
Nice.
That's where there's two. They
Oh,
get
where are
shot
you?
back.
Where are you?
I'm right here.
Okay, I'm all right. We're good.
Nice. Good job,
Four, maybe?
dude. Oh shit! I didn't realize there was like so many people dead. Like everybody died.
Look at all the
like,
ammo, bro. Oh my
I know,
god.
there's so much stuff.
Yo, get an RPG.
Yeah. I better be able to upgrade everything I got. We got 21 seconds. We're not that far though, at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a minute. Plus, it's gonna be slower than our
Right.
running speed.
All right, Billy. What are you thinking? Medkit or potions? You got 4 there.
Up to you.
Oh, I got minigun 530.
That's my stuff.
Anything better than a blue AR? Yeah, Scott right here.
Say, go get that green or that orange RPG back there.
Where? Back here?
Now, yeah, near that.
Yep.
That's
Okay.
We can jump at it if you want, by the way.
Oh, you have one?
Yep.
Yeah, I got one too. Okay, yeah, we gotta figure out how we want to do this.
Up to you. I don't really care. I don't know if it's 2 people or
I just don't know where. I
2
don't.
groups or 1 group.
You heard that? You heard that? Supply drop open?
the crate to your left.
Where?
Wait, I thought there. Oh, yeah.
Oh, right there, right there, right there.
Yeah.
Want to go for that?
Oh,
I was gonna.
yeah, sure.
I think they're up on the mountain here too, which really sucks. We just gotta try to.
If you guys win, that'll be a win. So, no pressure.
Was there just a guy right there, or was that just a tree rendering it? I just saw.
You're moving too fast for spectator, dude. It's like a frame a second.
Yeah.
My Oh my god, I thought you were about to launch an RPG at the ground. That was so funny.
Could you imagine if I accidentally did that? I would have been so pissed. Alright, you want to just build up?
Yeah, I would have been angry too.
I was supposed to take the high ground, right?
I was gonna say safe zone. Kinda on it.
How infuriating is it whenever there's a tree there?
I know, right?
You can break a street lamp, but not the tree.
Street lamps are pretty powerful, man. So are trees.
I think I'd say trees are probably a lot more powerful than some street lamps.
Oh, right down
Right
here?
there.
North?
Yep.
Got him?
Oh, baby! No, launch pad it!
Yeah, launch pad, launch pad. Right here.
Shit, no, don't even. Oh, just.
Nice.
Let's get it, baby.
Good job, man.
Kills?
Didn't even need me.
8.
We had 20.
Dang. I'll take
Bro,
that.
I
I'll
had
take that.
2 kills that game.
I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that.
Damn, I'm- Good job, guys.
You guys can't see me right now, but I'm dabbing. Just kidding. I'm
Dab
not.
on 'em.
I'm not dabbing. That's not me.
They still have the glitch.
Yo,
if
ladies
you
and
get
gentlemen,
revived
drop a
right
like in the
after
stream
you
if you
win,
guys haven't done so
still move
already.
around.
We're on W after W right now. Drop a like in the stream. Subscribe if you're new. We got 18 subs till 258,500. You guys are insane. Thank you all so very much for the support.
that's ready,
Seriously
guys?
means a lot. When you guys subscribe, you'll see your name
You're
up
the
here in the
only
lower
one not
right-hand
ready.
corner. And drop a like as well. You can see the live like count and the live sub count in the lower left. Thank you all so very much for the support. If you guys want me to follow you back on Twitter, tap the bell icon below the video player, screenshot it, tweet it at me on Twitter, at ProHenis. I do follow every single Notification Squad member back on Twitter. You guys are legends. Thank you all so much. Freaking love you guys. Show that to Ninja? No. Alright, so. I hope.
Hey, Henis, you know
Yep.
when that update comes out?
Downtime is at 4:50 a.m. Eastern. So in about 4 hours. A little more than 4 hours.
Yeah.
I will be asleep. Yeah, right. Exactly. When's my birthday? Today, man. Just kidding, it's not. July 7th is my birthday. Kenny, when's your birthday?
September.
That's coming up. We going
pretty
retail?
close.
Are we going retail or what are we doing? Alright, we're going retail. Kenny got out, so. I thought you were ending the stream? Never, guys. No. Yo, thank you so very much for 258,500 subs. You guys are
Got
leading.
some company here.
Thank you so very much for the support.
Retail or
I'm gonna,
top or,
I'm gonna go houses.
residential?
I'm gonna go houses. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna land.
South one.
Yeah, I'm landing late. There's a lot of people coming.
Oh,
I think like 2 full teams probably. Kenny, there's one other guy on your roof.
Under that.
Billiard, I'm coming with you. I would just go first floor.
I went second and I got shotgun.
I'm landing right now.
I might be dead.
I got a burst AR.
Oh, 10 HP knock, baby!
Oh, he's so weak. I'm dead. He's so weak with
Hey,
all
in
his
the bathroom,
teammates
in the
down.
bathroom.
Okay.
Got him.
Good stuff.
Second, yeah, in the house across the street.
Okay, one sec. Give me a second.
First floor.
Damn, I feel bad for Spectre, dude. He wants to back out.
Oh, there's 3 people, bro.
Oh, he's muted right now. One second.
Oh, no.
Here's another chest in here. I'm going for this chest.
Oh, like near,
They ran back.
yeah.
Are you freaking serious?
It's scared, bro. Okay, I got first. Through a boogie.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little confused.
Oh, I get shot up from behind. Over here near me.
Got him.
You guys below me. Tag one.
Got him.
Down
Oh,
both.
shotgun behind. I'm down.
No, I don't have ammo. Okay.
Nice job. What was an exchange?
Need a shotgun, bro. None of these guys have a shotgun? You serious?
This guy does out here. For me.
I'm coming to you guys.
Ah, I heard a trap.
Whew. I'm nervous. Oof. What the hell?
We already have 10.
No, do we really?
I
Yeah.
have one right now. You
Holy
guys
crap,
one.
Billy, you got 8 or you got 6 kills? What the hell?
Retail's lit, baby.
I need that. I need a shotgun.
Shotgun.
Yeah, Kenny, you got one?
Yeah, about that. Sorry, man.
Oh, you okay? No worries. No worries. I'll find another one.
Oh, right there.
Where?
I'm just kidding.
Oh my god, that's just not even funny. That's just mean. That is evil.
Man. That's just nice.
Can y'all believe that he just tased me like that? Look at this. I got a scope there.
Here, take it all you want.
Kenworth, you come back here right now.
Oh, I got launched.
Here, you can take that blue burst in there, right? I'm not even gonna fight you for that.
I don't want it.
Well, good. Because I don't want it either. Hey, can you not do that, please?
Trying to get this chest, bro.
Bro, it's in the
Did
garage.
you find a shotgun?
Yeah, I got a shotgun.
Sniper in here.
Oh, I'll take that. Do you have any heals? Like any bandages or anything?
I do.
Oh my god. Would you mind if I had some?
Drop me 2.
2, honestly? That's all I need.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hi there, neighbor. Oh. What up?
Oh, what's wrong? Yo, Billy, did you just try to edit that, by the way?
I did edit it. Man.
Were you
Yo,
trying
Henis,
to...
we walked right past a purple tank back here.
No way.
Behind taco stand.
No freaking way, dude. Oh, by the way, the 2 people that were over here, I killed them. So, just throwing that out there. In case you guys were wondering. You guys were probably coming over here like, damn, I'm kind of scared. But like, nah, I got it covered, so it's all good.
Oh, we out here.
We out here. I'm gonna go grab that med kit, be a teammate. And then I'm gonna use
Hey,
it.
you want to give me that med kit by chance?
Nah.
You know, I honestly figured.
That was a good try, though. That was a good try.
I really expected nothing less.
Yo, Kenny, ever since you mentioned my nuts showing on stream, my nuts have been hurting, and I don't know why.
On stream?
Yeah, they hurt on stream.
Are they salty nuts?
That's disgusting, Billiard. That's really disgusting. Think about what you just
Bro,
said. Stop.
Cashews.
Stop.
Cashews.
Stop. Don't ever say that
Shaquille
again.
O'Neal. Checked out early. I love it, dude. Shaquille O'Neal. Guy right there.
I'm gonna need a better call out than that, Kenny.
I'm just kidding. No, I didn't.
That sounds like a Billiard call out. People, by the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, Billiard will start shooting at somebody, wait till he's at like 20 HP, and then say, okay, there's people over here.
Yep.
It's the Billiard strat.
You don't have a push a talk button. I mean, if you have it on push a talk.
No, we just sit in Discord, you know?
Wow. Well, that's weird.
Yeah. He's one of those people, Kenny. Yeah.
All right. Does he share feeling?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
I have slurp juice if anyone.
Where in God's name is this darn tootin' freaking chest?
Oh, I know exactly where it is. If I get this chest before you, you gonna be so triggered. Yeehaw, yeehaw. I knew you were gonna do that. I'm gonna just do that. I don't know why I started to destroy it. I could have just edited it.
You're a goof, man. You're a goofy Uber.
What's up,
Hey,
Patrick?
don't make fun of Nightbot.
Michael's so savage. You just donated
$300.
$9,000? No way, bro. $9,000? Bro, thank you so much, man. That covers like half a month of rent.
Up at the cop car near Dust.
Oh damn, so they hella far away.
Running down that hill. Yeah. Pretty sure there's one close, like straight ahead.
Are they running toward Dusty or what?
Oh, one's in the shed.
No, they're running away from it.
Okay, I don't see him.
Oh my god, dude, he jumped at the last second.
Oh, you guys are talking over
31.
here.
Down.
Nice. Mountain.
Oh.
Headshot, he's dead.
Jeez.
Or knocked, I mean.
Oh.
Another one to the left.
Okay. Nope. Didn't have anything. That good.
I ended that guy over there. Where are your friends?
Well, I'm gonna take that boogie bomb for sure, for sure.
Oh god, you went all the way up.
Yeah, bro.
Dude, you're a Jedi Master Builder. Where's this guy's friends at?
Billiard, don't worry, buddy. I'm coming up with you.
Are ya?
Yeah, I'm just going up a different side. You know what I'm saying? So we can kind of divide and conquer. Yeah.
Also, so we waste more material. Yeah.
You know, honestly, Billiard, I'm not really a big fan of your sass right now.
Ding. Hey, there's a orange pistol down here.
Oh, what pistol?
An orange pistol.
Orange.
Yeah.
Hello, friends. Yo, what's going on, Josmos, bro?
Eat it. My boy.
Aiden, my boy.
Should have shot it down. I thought about it.
Yo, if you guys are new to the stream, make sure you guys drop a like, subscribe if you haven't done so already. You guys are absolute legends. Oh.
Billy's alive.
Bruh. How'd you not hear that
where
guy?
was he?
He was literally he was just right behind you. He was just walking.
Being shot again?
At the tree?
Yikes.
I see him.
The one dude's behind. Good job.
There's a blue AR back here.
Well, I'm gonna pick up both of these boogie bombs. We're gonna keep these. We're gonna try to do this at the end of the game. Try to boogie bomb some people.
You pick them up.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold them.
You're the holder.
What in the sweet? Baby Jesus. Bro, I ran around that whole mountain to get to you guys, and you guys ended up on this side of the mountain with people. Like, what is going on here? Oh, and now I'm going. Oh, this is a frustrating game.
Oh, there's a bush moving in the river southwest.
Boogie bombing?
Way out there. He just went behind a tree.
No boogie bomb potential?
Nah. Unless you can chuck it that far.
Peyton Manning? Where you
Yeah.
Tom Brady.
Brady Tom. Whatever happened to that one?
Can I
guy,
ask you a
Tim
question?
Tebow?
Absolutely, man.
Rip.
Doesn't Derek
What did he
Jeter
ever
play
do?
football?
I think he's playing baseball now.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
How was the ninja thing? What do you mean, A-Demon? I just absolutely destroyed him, bro. Go check Twitter.
Yeah, that's what happened.
I think my reaction is what really made that fight, you know? His reaction at the very end. You know, he was just like, that wasn't bad. You know? He was impressed. He was like, alright, I did not expect that guy to be that good at building, you know what I'm saying? It's sort of
They
like...
built on top of this mountain. 195.
Are we dead here, Henis?
Absolutely not. Whoa. What just happened right there, bro? You would not believe what kind of snap my mouse just did. That was disgusting.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Honestly, that was almost really bad. Oh! Oh, no! Oh. I just got sniped at.
Oh. Okay, yep.
Henis, you got shield?
Nope. Got absolutely nothing.
Dropping two right here.
Okay. I don't know if I can make it to you alive.
I'll build you a pad from up.
They know I'm up here.
Alright, Henis, ready?
Yep, they know. Never mind. I'm out.
Okay. Thank you, Kenny. I love you, brother. See, guys, this is what true friendship looks like right here.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Alright, I don't have that much HP, so.
I've nade.
Where'd you go? Are you up there?
No. Oh, Henry.
What's up?
Oh, Mike. Wait, where are you guys?
You?
I thought you were up there.
No. Kobe. Yeah, I'm backing off.
Yeah, I'm dead. Falling down.
Are you freaking serious?
Wait.
I tried to flank him. He's all the way up here, man. He's gonna kill me. He's building up. He's gonna come kill me. He's got a pump shotgun up north here. He's coming to kill me. He's gonna kill. What a freaking loser, dude.
He's so far away from me, dude.
I thought I had, honestly.
No.
It's the end of my life as I know it.
I got launch pad. We can just get out of here.
Alright, let me pop this shield and I'm ready to
Damn. Yo, can we get a feel sad man in the chat? Yo, type 1.
Tell me when.
Here, ladies and gentlemen,
All
type
right,
1
go for it.
if you guys think we're gonna win this game.
Which way did you go?
Just the east.
Type
the tree.
Type 1 if you
there's
guys.
people, like 100.
I'm hugging the wall.
Behind.
Type 1 in the chat if you guys think we're gonna win this. Type 2 if you guys think we're gonna lose it.
They know.
Oh, that 100. I was thinking down the river. Oh, my bad. I'm dead.
Hi, Billiard.
Dude, this game is honestly just a pile of fun. You got this. Easy, clutch.
Right out. I was just rushing. Oh, this could be fun.
You won. I saw nothing.
Damn. I think I blinked. What happened?
It says you placed first.
Yeah. Wow, again?
Wait, is this
awesome.
Victory Royale? What?
Wow, what the heck?
Damn, congratulations. You just won a free gift card. You are our 1 millionth visitor.
Huh? Bro, I don't think you're supposed to click on those.
No, I click on all those, actually.
Really? Even
Yeah.
the one that says you got an iPad?
Yeah, the ones that... No, those are the ones that I only click on.
Congratulations, you've won.
Congratulations, you've won. Click here to claim your prize.
It's like flashing.
Hi. Hi, someone just died over in the Middle East and they left all their inheritance to somebody they didn't know in the United States.
Bro, have you ever got those emails?
Yeah, click this link to claim $5 million.
Should I get this email for this guy? Who's
We just
like,
need
hey,
your...
man, I'm moving to the United States soon. Can you take all my money and give it back? I'll split half with you when I get to... He's like, just send me your bank account number.
I'll
Yeah,
wire
you got
everything
it,
to you.
Cheech.
It's like, you got it, bud. I'm on it.
Easy peasy.
I mean, ain't these. Some people are dumb enough to fall for it.
Well, I mean, clearly, because they keep sending me emails. Alright, Tilted Towers. Here we go. Who's ready?
I'm expecting to break either my keyboard or mouse on this round.
Why not your
You
mom?
have multiple mice.
That's the most expensive.
Alright, we're going for the squad win. The squad record.
Are we?
Split up?
Drop a like, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe if you're new.
Why? Everybody's here.
That's true.
You think people go other places? Crazy. Alright, where are you guys landing? Can we like sort of land together
Probably
somewhere?
the tall. I'm going tallest.
Okay, there's people here with a shotgun.
You mean where everybody else is landing, Billiard?
Yeah, bro. No, I. Oh. Oh my god. Kenny, what did you just do? What did you just do?
Clean up all your kills.
Oh me, down here.
Bro, why was my mouse still? Bro, I can't get to you guys. I gotta fall down. I'm going on the. I'm on the first floor. I'm on the first floor. I'm coming up the stairs.
Are you? Or is that them?
No, that's me. That's me.
Alright, I'm healing.
Oh my god.
Nope.
You're
Oh,
insane.
wait.
More people in here. There might be. I just knocked that guy. I'm on it! That was scary.
They're
glad
down
there's a
there. They're
pistol up
down there.
How far?
I don't know. I ran.
2 tiers? Oh.
Go down there and you'll find out.
Hello? Someone's crossing the road towards us. shield pots.
2-1 down.
ProHenis with full shields and health.
Hello?
Oh wait, yeah, guys.
One side.
Shoot, shoot. Yeah, guys, right here, right here, right here.
What? How did I go down?
Easy.
What's happening? There's another guy in there somewhere.
Crawling here, crawling here, crawling here.
Oh, there's a trap. Well, this guy's like speed hacking. I'm not kidding.
Oh, is he
like-
crawling real fast?
Yeah.
That's a glitch.
I got bandages for you right here.
I think he's on the stairs.
I don't, unless he's on the side, I can't.
He's above me, I think.
Okay, I'm
Screw
healing.
that, man. I'm not going up there and dying.
Yeah, no.
There's a mini shield back here somewhere. Weird, it disappeared. Wonder where it went.
You said he went upstairs?
Yeah, yeah.
Like all the way up?
Oh,
I'm
behind
on the back.
See you
Oh my,
later.
Like, where did he come from?
man.
I'm going up on the
I don't
roof.
know.
Hold me closer, Tony Danza.
I hear more above me.
Yeah, yeah, they're building.
Bro, I shot. Okay, I'm not even mad.
Wait, what
We
the
got the
hell?
kill.
Yeah.
Oh shoot! Did not mean to do that. I don't really know what my plan was there.
So how many kills do we have?
I got
I'm at
3.
6.
I got 2.
9.
I got 3.
Where'd that green pump go? Oh, someone grab it? That's fine.
Oh, do you want it?
If you don't,
There you go.
do you use pumps?
I have one.
Oh.
I was
Oh, are you
gonna
one of
be,
them?
Yeah, I was gonna be.
Uh-oh.
Hey, I can't die 2 games in a row.
Oh!
Do you need mini shields?
Yikes.
Henis, are you
I'm okay.
alive?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. It was a close call, but
No, I have
I made
a
it.
big shield then. Take this.
Thank you.
I hear footsteps outside my building. Near me.
All right.
What? He's so weak, bro. He's gonna finish me.
Okay.
No, he's running up the stairs. He's healing right on the stairs, right near me, right on me right now. He just went upstairs. He's on the floor above me. Somebody come get me, please. Nice, good stuff, bro. Another guy coming up the window. Another guy coming up the window to your left, to your left, to your left. Guy right there. He's right up top, right above you, right above you.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
I only have 8 health. Somebody help me out. I'm gonna revive.
Wait.
Come on.
I got bandages in a potion, so I should be
They're all
alright.
I peed a little. I'm fine.
This is insane. Hey, what's up,
Bro.
guys? Hey.
Oh, hey, Billy.
what's up?
Yo, your shark looks funny.
Thanks, man.
Okay, anybody got any shields? Okay, you guys are all low. I have first aid if someone needs.
I'll take
Looks
the
like
first
clock
aid.
Tower hasn't been lifted.
Alright, here it is. Lied. Here it is. There it is.
Gracias. I love you.
I picked up 1 bandage. I'm triggered.
What's up, Joe Sebastian? How you doing today, man?
What? How many kills?
3.
I'm at 8.
I got 3.
9, 17.
We're 17 already?
Yes, sir.
You're in.
God damn. Yo, let's try to get 30. Oh, what the hell? We can easily get 30.
Looking for traps everywhere, dude. I'm panicking.
I know, right? I gotta get more wood. I use so much building material already.
Anybody has any extra bandages?
Oops.
Oh.
Sorry.
There's
Oh my
bandages over here by me.
I have bandages too. I got 7.
Where they at, bud? Inside or?
They're on top of the.
Yeah, right
Right up there.
up there.
Take it.
Yep.
Ba-da-ba. We have to
What's
go
up,
a little
Edward?
bit.
What's up, Knuckles? You personally hate nades? I mean, hey, I just like to have something on my slot, you know? Helps create a little bit of a panic in the enemy.
double pump? Not a chance.
Kenny's not a double pump advocate. He's not with it.
Distant. Where's another team over here? Do you guys want to collectively move for the safe one?
I'm down.
Sure.
After I get chest. Oh,
Some
sweet.
looted up here.
Let's go. What's up, Wyland? How you doing today, man? Yo, if you guys are enjoying the stream, drop a like, subscribe. I'm sorry I'm repeating myself a lot, but appreciate the
Nothing
support.
metal shall exist.
Oh, wait. Oh.
Are you trying to get on top of the street light?
No, I can't.
Uh-huh.
So wait, that
what?
entire run
Why
with
can't I
Tilted,
Oh, wait, it worked.
Henis was the only one that
Oh,
went
we
down.
didn't go.
Oh yeah. See you.
Full health and a dream.
Please.
Don't let me.
Oh, let's go.
Who took damage? No one?
I didn't take any damage.
Good. Go, boys.
We're too good at
So,
this.
yeah.
We're too good. We're too good.
Henis, you were the only one that downed in Tilted.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn, that's pretty good.
Wait, Spectre, didn't you?
Yeah, I
Down,
did
like-
too. I
Oh,
just
I was like,
remembered
what?
that.
I was like, I think
wait.
I revived you.
Oh yeah. No, Henis did.
We
Henis
need
did.
to go so far. Oh my.
What headset do I use? I use HyperX Cloud 2s, man. Freaking love them.
Just
Can't-
close back, right?
You can't use code Henis because they never contacted me back, so.
Hey. Wow, good loss.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying. Anybody have a jump pad by chance?
Nope.
I got a jump pad.
Oh, do you?
Want me a shot?
Yeah,
Ooh.
I do.
I just.
I got one.
Take a shot
Build
from
up?
somewhere.
I feel like
yeah,
it's
build up.
dusty, but I could be wrong.
Alright, we're not gonna build up too
I'm not
high.
If you don't have much, I could also help
125,
out.
125.
Just build up, 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 just build up. Okay, I'm gonna go right
Yeah,
here.
you're gonna have to put it down like now.
Go.
Yeah, you gotta go. Go.
You see him at Dusty?
Oh, you guys got so lucky. Yeah, to the right a little bit. 105 area.
Yeah.
Oh no.
There's a little bit of
Really?
building and stuff.
18 health? Are you kidding me?
Bro,
Where?
You dropped from so high.
Come revive me.
Bro, Henis and you
You have ray
guys, like,
gun?
you guys were so close.
Jesus.
No worries, guys. I'm alright.
Nice, Henis. Alright, I'm coming, Spectre.
That's unfair.
You should have spammed spacebar, like, does a little weird animation thing.
Yeah. It's just a random shot that came from, I don't know, I couldn't even see him.
Hey, that's a pretty cool gun.
That's what I get for trying to make fun of Henis.
I didn't think you guys were gonna make it. You guys, like, went off with the jump pad as soon as everything broke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa. Billy, do you have any shields at all?
Nope, but would you like a boogie bomb?
No, I
Either
wouldn't.
try it
'Cause
outside
I don't
or
have
thing.
I don't have a slot for it.
Henis, there's a shield in here. The one I'm in. Two of them, actually. I'm taking one.
Like a full shield?
Yeah, big boy.
Damn.
Okay, we gotta go. Once you guys done.
Yo, fact though. Damn, how many kills we got right now?
I'm still at 8.
I got
We got 3
6.
still.
Alright, so 9, 17.
14, 17, 21. What do you got, Spectre? 3?
3.
We got 21 right now? Damn. Okay. Yo, 30 bomb
1
inbound? 30 kill
The
squad?
rest, if we kill people up, 60. If we kill the rest of the players, we'll have 40. Well, dang.
Well,
We can still do it.
We can still get
39,
we
no
can still
one
get
else can
39. Yeah, right. What's up, Gunny? How you doing today, man?
Oh, it's moving quick.
There was a guy right up here too.
Yo, Spectre,
Yeah.
I gotta
I
make it
think
here for
he
you
saw
too.
us too. He jumped up and like looked right at me.
Oh, I got a jump pad too. Actually, I just realized that. I got one.
Oh, really?
I mean, yeah, we could outrun this though, so it's kind of good that we saved it.
yeah. Well,
You
Be
are a better
careful,
YouTuber than
Cargo.
PewDiePie? PewDiePie?
Oh, I
Who's
see him.
that?
wait.
Is he close?
Yep. Got him. Is it bush? Oh.
Bush? Yep. You building up? he go? Oh, that's him. Oh, he's down.
I
No
gotta
more
heal.
people yet.
Teammates. I don't see him anywhere. Nice, good stuff.
Where'd the shield pack go? Oh.
Yo, I got 2 med kits actually for anybody who needs them.
Crap. I need
I
to
just dropped you one right there.
Oh, here.
Here, Kenny, I just dropped you one. Dropped you a med kit right there.
So I have a shield pod.
I don't have any shields. There's
Here.
building to the northwest. I don't see anything over there though. I don't see anybody. You guys just want to jump out in the new safe zone? Get past whaling? Let's do it.
Yeah.
You can see some more people.
I am down. Wait, those guys got knocked, right?
Yeah. Both of those guys.
Nothing in tomato.
Probably.
Yep, you see building? Northwest.
Yep.
I'm gonna
Oh,
just supply
somebody just
drop a
popped.
whaling.
Oh, I got him.
Wait, what?
Nice.
Oh my
He
god.
was one hit.
Oh shoot, right in the house right here. Right in the house.
To this door.
Really weak, Kenny. Really weak. Should be right in there.
Oh, grenades.
Yeah, that's mine.
Upstairs, second floor. Got him.
Nope. The base still.
Bro, I
Yep.
can't stop getting shot.
Oh.
I need
I'll get
bandages.
shot
Or...
from somewhere else. I don't know.
Oh my bad. I didn't realize you were with me.
Sorry.
339. 2 people.
Yeah, I see him.
Somebody was shooting me from behind.
Knocked him. Knocked one. Bad teammate. Weak.
Bounce that.
Oh, Jesus. On me.
Got him.
Oh, watch out,
Oh, he
watch
plays traps.
Spectre's
wait.
got one. Oh, Spectre.
I hit him for a little bit, but
Alright, they're just building.
yeah, it's fine.
I gotta watch out the storm.
Yeah. I need any kind of healing if you guys have any.
I don't have any right now.
Here, come here. I have a chug jug.
Alright.
Shoot, I wish I'd run for that dude's loot. You go see it.
Right, wait.
Let me go see what this dude had in here. Yo, if you guys are new to the channel, make sure you guys drop a like. We're going for a really high kill win right here. Go for a really high kill win. Hopefully we'll be able to get it.
How many kills do we have?
I'm still at 8.
I have 6.
I have 9.
And this is at 9.
I got 9.
17, 21, 27.
27? Alright, 3 more people. We get the 30.
Yo, Chug Jug, can you drink a little faster there, pal?
Yo, when you guys subscribe, you'll see your name up here in the lower right-hand corner. Make sure you guys drop a like too. We're about to get a 30 bomb.
I don't know. There's a slurp or slurp juice.
A good
There's not a
round.
guy in that bush.
On
over
top
there.
of
Oh, yeah, top of the mountain. Top of the mountain.
100,
75, 75, 75.
He actually dodged.
Hit him
Oh,
once,
Henis,
hit
you-
him twice, hit him 3
killed-
times. He has no shield.
Sorry.
No, it's cool.
I'm lighting it up. He's still back there. This is a really bad idea. I'm just doing it
Throw
though.
one.
High octane.
They're
High
building.
octane.
I'm behind you.
You gonna send it?
He just built up. South. He's in the space right here.
He dropped down. I just for the speed of it.
I don't see him.
On the building.
No, on me.
Sorry, I got him.
No, he.
No.
Build it,
No, dude, I'm so mad, dude.
Here, right here.
I'm so sorry. I was trying everything to get in there.
Win this.
Oh no. Guys.
Okay, all your stuff is empty. I'm triggered.
I'm building. I'm gonna build over you.
That's final guy.
Wait, I can't.
Yeah.
Why can I not build? Whoa, what the hell happened right there?
Come on. That one's by a supply drop. Oh, that's just the last guy then.
Yeah.
Hit him again.
Hit him once. No shield. No shield. He's super weak.
He's running out of them.
Nice.
Oh.
Let's go, dude.
Good job, baby.
Let's go.
Yo, how many?
7?
7?
6.
6. Okay, so that's 13. I got 10. 23. Kenny.
9.
Damn.
That's 32.
32 kills.
32.
Yo,
Nice.
let's freaking
Let's
go. Whoo-wee.
Oh, man.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, if that doesn't drop, if that doesn't deserve a like, I don't know what it is, man. 32 kills, baby. 32 kills. Okay. 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 Damn. Who told us? Who told us? What's up? Yo, that's getting saved. That's getting uploaded. That's getting uploaded, folks.
Bro, I'm so sad.
That's an upload
I
right
tried
there, ladies and
everything
gentlemen.
to say billiard, but it did like the half wall in the ground. So when I went to go make a door to go out,
Oh yeah. You
I
couldn't.
couldn't click it because the ground was there. I was like,
Right.
ah.
You can still edit stuff even if it's in the ground, and then sometimes you can still see through if you crouch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was trying to click the bottom panel and it was impossible to click.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
Yo, Kenny, ready up, brother. Come on, man.
Bro, I was watching the end credits.
Bro, what's
32
their sneak
kills.
peek for the next movie?
I think that's my highest
the
kill squad.
CROSSBOW.
I think it's my highest kill squad for sure.
Yeah, that's mine for sure.
Yeah.
Someone said get 32 kills. Bro, I saw a screenshot of a squad gameplay. One guy got 35 kills in a squad. Squad of 4 people. Like, who wasn't solo, 35 kills in a squad. One guy.
Did any of his teammates get other
Bots.
kills?
I don't know. I just saw the one screenshot from the one dude's perspective. Like, at the end, Victory Royale.
He was like, all right, everybody run out there.
And just bait. Yeah, right. And then I'll revive you.
Just so you can bait again.
I thought this was a video. I didn't know this was live. Hell yeah, this is live, man. Come on.
Welcome to the video.
Welcome to the video.
We knew you were gonna type that.
Someone said drop 33 kills and I would have dropped a like. Damn, that's messed up.
Oh wow.
All right, I vote tilted again.
I mean, Billiard died.
Yeah, you're right.
Basically because of me. So that's 33.
That's 33, yeah.
Oh shoot. All right, that's 33 then. Damn.
See you at the like button, pal. The guy who got 35 kills is in Doom. Oh,
Bro, what the hell?
would you look at that?
No. That's it wasn't solo. That was solo though. I'm talking. There was another guy. He was playing in a squad of four people, like 4 full people. So like on top of his other teammates' kills, he had 35 just by himself in a team of 4. NetJ was
Where are we
solo.
landing?
Go stay in building.
I'm going to yeah, the tallest building's got people landing in it. Yes.
Nope, couldn't make it.
Ah, I knocked one.
I'm coming.
Ah, punch him. Oh, I had 20 health. Shoot him.
I got
Good job.
easiest kill of my life.
Bro, I was getting pickaxe sandwich.
Oh, that's you. That's you.
Oh, hey.
Low-key kind of freaked me out right there. Not gonna lie.
My face. Or
Yo, I think we are warm right now. I think like we are warmed up.
Dude, I'm wet like water. Anybody got bandages?
yeah.
Oh, alright, where you at, Dad?
Right
Downstairs.
below you.
Alright, jumping. What's up?
Hey.
Thank you. Nope. Oh, that guy almost pickaxed me to death. That's actually scary.
That's nice.
Is it nice?
Yeah, it seems like a
Because I
fun
was
time.
panicking.
I heard.
Dude in this house, try to head to the south. I'm going for the purple tack though. That's right in here. Never mind, it's blue. I can't tell colors.
Where was he at, Henis?
In my building, right at my feet.
Oh, yours?
Yeah, right below me.
I'm gonna get a revolver one tap bet.
First floor.
Oh, behind me,
Bottom.
behind me.
I'm dead.
What?
I can't help.
Find Billiard.
1 sec, Kenny.
Yikes.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good.
You okay? I can't build. I can't build. I can't.
AK alley. Oh,
I can't
no.
build. I can't build.
He's pushing up. Two of them. Pushing up.
He's gonna.
Spectre, where are you?
I was down below shooting him.
Oh no.
Hi, Henry.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Bye, Henry.
Nothing I can do. I didn't have any building material.
What?
GG.
Yo, Cameron, thank you so much for the two separate
What?
the
I think
two
you
separate
shotgun?
Different teams.
donations, man. The $2 and then the $1. Seriously,
Yeah,
appreciate that, man. Let's
somebody
get some Cameron hype
shotgun
in the
me from
chat.
above.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that, man. Damn, if I had more building material there, that might have been able to make that work.
Squad goals.
Yo,
Oh, the Facebook.
It's a link
connect thing.
Facebook. Yeah.
We're squad goals. We're squad goals.
Yeah.
Yo, did Ninja reply to the tweet?
No, bro.
Why not?
He said, oh,
Is he
wait,
still
no,
is he
did.
still live? No, he didn't.
He
Stop.
said easiest kill I've ever gotten.
Stop.
This
I hate
kid's
you. Stop.
trash.
Yikes.
I'm literally looking at his replies right now. I hate you. Do you got
Honestly, you should just stop stream.
Damn, that's messed up, bro.
The question is, was I first comment? Yes, I was. Let's go.
No, you were not. Oh
Yes,
my
I was.
God.
I'm looking at it right now. There, Friendorino.
Yeah, he's still live. All right, so I'm expecting a response probably sometime tomorrow morning, would be my guess. Oh, he's playing duos right now.
You should get in on it.
Yeah, we should. Yo, by the way, yeah, if Ninja hits me up and says, yo, want a duo, I'm leaving you guys so fast. Don't take it personally. Let's go Tilted again.
I'm already triggered about that, bro.
I'm already mad.
Henis, I'll donate $100 if you give me $100, bro. I'm down. What's your PayPal? I'll send you the money first, and then I'll just trust you to send me the money back, all right?
Yo, what are you guys' thoughts on the shooting test?
I
haven't
didn't
played enough to
I didn't
really
like it.
feel any difference.
I didn't like it.
It's decreased headshot for shotguns, headshot
I like
damage.
it already.
And then obviously the aiming.
I'm clock tower with you, Billiard.
Oh. I got the blue AR, feels good. Oh, the chest feels bad.
Bro, I can't drink the Billiard. I can't drink.
No.
Penny,
Billiard,
you're
I
alone.
can't drink the...
No.
So am I, but
Yeah, I'm going underneath the bridge.
Henry.
What's up, bud?
Never mind. They went in here.
Check down below, I think. Yep.
Yeah,
down
they
there.
are.
Oh, okay, we're doing Russian. Okay.
Great idea, Henry.
What?
I don't know.
Did you guys kill him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
More guys in the building.
I don't hear anybody in my building if you guys want. Look for
Oh, I
some-
see. Oh, I hit him one. Oh, I hit him twice. I got him.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
Wait, I'm stuck.
Oh, that's you. What's up, dude?
Oh.
Where'd the other guy go? Was there another one?
No, I got him.
Oh, nice. Dude, that
Oh my God.
freaking guy just killed the whole planet.
All right, yo, keep rushing. We gotta keep getting more kills. Gotta break our record. Guy in the bottom. Yep, bottom. 75.
Hit him once. Oh, you got 75 on him?
He's got a sniper.
Green arch, there's 3 guys. Picking the 4 guys. Maybe 18 guys in there.
I have no aim. I have 1 bullet. I'm on if I'm
Knocked one. One
Knocked
dropped.
one.
Got one. No. He's in the doorway. He can't get me. Go.
Nice, they're all dead.
Hey guys.
Well, that was fun. Dude, I feel like we got like some kind of bromance going on. I feel like the guy was always saving you.
Yeah.
What?
That's good.
I could have sworn I saw a guy right there.
Oh, right here? Just kidding.
Damn, that's really funny, Kenny.
Wait, can we take this building down, please? We got a whole squad. I've been wanting to do this forever.
Hey,
Here,
Billy,
come here, we
come here.
die.
There's one shield pod. I'll actually help out. I also got bandages over here for you.
Oh,
I'll drop some in.
thank you.
I wish we were gonna build like this.
Oh,
I'm good.
Who's dead?
Okay, never mind. He's
oh,
gone.
I see him. I see him.
Oh, that's fine.
He's gonna kill me, bro. He's dancing on me. He's dancing on me. Get him. Nice. Yo, dance on him. Dance on him. Dance, 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 dance.
I love whenever they're like about to kill you.
All right, now you can get me. Now you can get me. I ain't trying to die. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to die. Oh my god.
I'm gonna dance on him, dude.
I know. I know. Yo, that's so satisfying though.
We'll dance.
Thank God you guys rushed right up there afterwards.
Don't worry, guys. I'm taking down the building.
No, I wanna help.
Oh my God! You gotta be kidding me.
You good?
Henis, what are you doing?
I accidentally destroyed the chest. It was sitting on the bed, and the bed was one hit, and I hit the bed with my pickaxe.
Guy down this crossing the street. That guy was like falling asleep or something. I'm not really sure what was going on.
It is 1 a.m.
There's more people over here. He was looking at like shooting at someone. I want to break this building
hey,
down. I literally
Henis.
don't even care about that guy.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, med kit.
Oh, Jesus. Henis, Henis, here, here.
Oh. Oh, thank you, good sir.
Oh, hello, Chug.
Yo, how many kills we got right now? Damn, we got 11? 11 kills?
Lake.
Yep.
Lake.
Yep, shots over near Loot Lake. Let's go. I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. I'm feeling it.
Oh wait. I mean,
Guys, that building is broken down. I'm just saying.
we have a good like 2 minutes probably.
I mean, we should probably go for kills. You know what I'm saying?
Nah.
Come on, what if we beat our record? We're already off to a really good start. We just all survived and tilted.
Oh, man. I think I was gonna take damage.
Other
there.
guy's weak. Other guy's weak.
Camping simulator.
Jesus.
Hey, that's a chug jug.
Nice.
Jug. So confused.
Actually, hold on. I think we're good. Yo, is anybody else just amped out of their mind right now?
I'm gonna put down a campfire. If you guys want.
Hell
I
yeah.
want a campfire.
Sing our campfire song.
And campfire.
Well,
Oh, Jesus.
Son of a mother.
Really?
Yeah, we're good, boys.
Oh, my shield.
Damn, we're
No
all
one gets
screwed.
away with shooting me.
Wait, what the
Yeah,
hell?
what is this? What is this?
Oh,
Wait.
wait, they have to come this way. I'm coming back.
Oh, they're building up. Oh, no, that's Kenny.
Watch out, they're here. What the heck is this? What's going on with this?
On the port. And one.
They're all really weak.
Hit him.
Nice.
Got one.
Oh my god. Not me.
Knocked him.
I say we
How
go.
does he have enough
gotta go.
time
Hey,
to
stop
stand
moving,
still?
stop
Get
moving.
Kenny up
Like-
and I can hug.
Anybody have a launch
Anybody
pad?
have any more heavy bullets? I got 2.
No, I got 6.
No, I only got
That's
7.
semi.
Stop moving!
It doesn't do anything
I can.
if I just spin.
It's actually blocked.
Yeah, it's down
Oh,
there.
gee, thanks.
Thanks, dude.
Where are they right now?
No.
Chug, out of my mind.
He's getting his teammate.
Yep,
behind
yep.
the stairs.
Yeah, I see we go. We gotta go.
Somebody just jump padded. Behind us.
No, the
Or
storm's
is somebody drinking.
the storm's
Oh,
gonna
no,
kill
no,
these
it's not.
guys. The storm's gonna kill them.
I don't have any more. I have 3 bullets in my AR. No more.
This is going for it.
Bro, I'm just going for it, man. I'm about to run out of material.
Yeah.
Got him all.
Nice, good job.
I gotta get all this material. Whew.
building right in front of us, southeast, 150.
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys jump out behind us. At least I heard the noise.
They gotta play up close, so I only have 3 bullets.
I'm all out of height now.
This chest isn't looted up here.
Hopefully it has heavy bullets.
There's people on top of this hill over here to our right.
Oh.
Anybody got any extra AR?
Nope.
I had 100, I can drop you some.
Alright, I'm just going now.
Thank you.
I got 8 kills right now. How many you guys got?
4.
Alright, so what is that?
Above
15?
Me, above me.
17? You guys gotta give me a second to heal up, then I'm coming.
Oh, real close, real close.
I got the...
Okay, nice shot.
Oh.
Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang, bang. Yo, Cruiser just came into the stream. What's up, bud? Yo, let me add you as a mod real quick. Can't believe you weren't already a mod. What's up, cutie? Welcome to the stream, brother.
Does somebody need a first aid?
I got one. If anybody
you
needs
want
it.
this?
I'll drop it.
Yo, how many kills we got in total right now? I wish it showed you like a total.
Wait, how did I get 5? What 3 did I kill?
Wait, Billiard, you got 5. Inspector, you got 5?
Yeah.
My 3.
Alright, so then we got 21.
200.
We got 21 kills with 29 people left? Bruh. Yo, keep on going, guys. We're about to destroy our record from yesterday. From last game.
Do you see more than one? I just saw that one guy.
One.
Yo, somebody named Ninja Senpai is in this game.
Not
Do you
ninja.
think he's a fan of Ninja?
Probably.
I mean, it's just a
close
guess,
to you?
really.
Got one on you. I'm watching above. Sweet.
52, one's below. I killed his friend.
They just lit me up, bro.
They're double pumpers, dude. It's so hard.
So am I.
Wait, what?
Three left.
Yep. Done. What?
How, bro? They died from the storm. Oh, no, wait.
Yeah, they died.
Yeah, they
I
died.
got a kill.
God damn it, dude.
Dude.
Shoot, played that horribly,
So
man.
pumped.
I don't know how. Bro, I could have sworn I finished off that first guy. That was so obnoxious. When he was reviving his teammate right there, he must have
Yeah,
had
I
full
think-
shield and everything.
I
I
really
unloaded everything on him, man. It's like in COD when you stop shooting because you think you finished the guy off. And then he turns around and whips on you and kills you. Oh, man. Why don't you just check how many kills they have on your own instead of asking? Because then I got to press escape, and I don't know. If everybody's talking, it just kind of makes it easier, you know, because it's right on everybody's screen again.
Wish it said by the top left.
Right, like total. That'd be yeah. They gotta. They're
Just,
probably
the
gonna add
kills
that in
next to their
update.
health bar.
Yeah, right. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. It'd be even better if they just tallied it up and put it like next to your, like right underneath the minimap. Like, look, they got room for it, you know.
Yeah.
It would only show up in squads and stuff. Squads or duos. Yo, drop a like in the stream, guys, if you're new. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. Damn, I've been live for over 4 hours. I vote tilted again.
Oh, jeez.
Bro, we can break our record, like 100%.
I will destroy this building. That's the last thing I do.
Yo, I'm getting some new merch made, coming out with some banger videos. We got an update dropping tomorrow. Life is just good.
That's just good.
Where are we landing?
Wherever. I don't care. You're getting down really fast, Spectre, so just grab a gun and frag out.
Frag out!
I'm landing right on top of here. I'm gonna grab Magnum.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I'm dead. That's unfortunate. Wow. It did not last long for me at all.
There are people here. People below us, Kenny.
Gotcha.
Okay. I see Kenny just drop like a rock.
Don't worry, we're good.
Damn. Yeah, that sucks, guys. I'm probably just gonna end the stream right here. Hey guys, I'm probably gonna get off. I've been on for a while. Yo,
Alright, man.
pleasure,
GG's, bud.
pleasure playing with all of you.
Bro, what is happening?
I freaking love you guys.
Love you too.
Alright guys, I'm gonna get off. Thank you all so very much for the support on today's stream. You guys were
Wood.
absolutely like unbelievable.
What country?
I haven't seen this much support on a stream in a while. You guys were absolute legends. That gameplay is probably gonna get uploaded, like 100%. That squad gameplay, like that was insane. That was one of the most intense squad games I think I've ever played. We are gonna go ahead and do a raid right now, guys. So yeah, let's get right into it. Let's do a raid. No, don't leave. I've been live for over 4 hours, man. I'm gonna make sure that I got content ready for you guys in the next upcoming days. I'm gonna be completing some more challenges. We're just gonna be grinding out everything, man. Like we're on the grind. We're going up to the top, and we're not stopping until we get there. You know what I'm saying? Whoa, you're actually stopping? Yeah, dude. I am. It's 1 a.m. I gotta chill out right now a little bit. Let's see who we got who's live though. For some Fortnite content. Let's get it. Oh, Hollow's live, Red Fusion's live. Fantastical Gamer. Yo, Mixed Sports Hawk, MC Sports Hawk. Damn, I know that guy. That dude's lit. Yo, Gameplays, Alpha, USK Locals, Scad Gaming. Let's find out who we want to raid, guys. Let's find out who we want to raid. I think I'm going to do Jack the Bus here. He got a face cam? He does not have a face cam. How about this guy? This guy got a face cam? This guy's got a face cam. All right, I'm going to post this guy's link in the chat. I want all of you guys to go over to his stream and just spam hashtag Henis raid. All right, show him that ProHenis love. Show him that ProHenis army support. All right, here's his link. Everybody go over to his stream right now. Just spam hashtag Henis raid. Show the man some love and support. I would really appreciate it, and so would he. Damn. Let's get it right now.
Hang on.
Yo, what's good? Yo, Charles Richter, what's up, my man? Welcome to the stream, brother. Yo, make sure you guys do subscribe to my channel as well if you guys are new. I do live stream every single day for you guys, and I'm bringing you guys content all the time. You guys will not want to miss the Fortnite content I'll be bringing you guys. We're gonna be bringing you guys some insane gameplays, some hopefully tips and tricks videos, some insane challenges, all good stuff. So make sure you guys have dropped a like, subscribe, and if you don't already have notifications on, tap the bell icon below the video player, screenshot it, and tweet it at me on Twitter at ProHenis. Hashtag Henis raid, baby. Let's get it. Hashtag Henis raid. Everybody go over to a stream, spam hashtag Henis raid. Go show the man some love and support.
Oh, right, we have to do this. We have to do a party. The chat party so you can join session.
You ready?
There we go.
You reading chat? I don't even know if he knows that we're coming with the raid.
Join. Okay. Now, hang on a second. Now we gotta let her join in. Hang on, we're doing. Oh, we got a raid! Welcome, raiders! Wow. Sorry, guys. We're trying to. So I've got the PlayStation over here. We've got the computer in front of me, and we're trying to connect the two here.
Yo, hashtag Henis raid, guys. Go show him some love and support. We'd really appreciate it.
In your party, yes. And then invite.
Doesn't work for me? Yeah, I don't know why YouTube stopped allowing you guys to click links. It's so weird. What happens if I try to click this link?
Am I in your party?
No, you gotta go.
Hi, it brings it for me. I don't know.
Into the chat.
Welcome.
But yo, guys, for real, go show this guy some love. I would really appreciate it. Once again, thank you all so very much for the love. I'll catch you guys in the AM because we are going to be doing another stream tomorrow for the new update, which is going to be awesome. Hey, what's up, Zoic? How you doing, man? So yeah, we are going to be doing a new update tomorrow, new stream tomorrow for the new update. Hopefully, I'll see all of you guys there. Thank you all so very much for the love. Follow me on Twitter. Twitter's at ProHenis, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Until next time, everybody, keep gaming, and as always, stay cool. Adios. And we didn't end the stream.